Good evening, everybody. Here to call this meeting to order of our regular meeting, City Council, April 8th, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. Thank you so much for all you guys being here. And next up, we're going to have the invocation if Pastor Jeremy can come up and give us his blessing.
So much for the privilege that we have to be here together tonight. I thank you, Father, for access that we have to you now because of your Son, Jesus. Lord, I thank you for these honorable men and women and the work that they do. Lord, they've come together tonight to do your business. I pray that there would be peace in this room. I would pray that Lord, that there would be harmony in hearts. And I pray, dear God, that you would help each one here to do your work. Your word says that they are your servants, Lord, to bless this community and to help this community. And I pray, dear Father, for this town. I pray your grace and your mercies upon Titusville. And I pray for these men and women, Lord, that they would have your courage tonight to do right. Your fear would be upon them, Lord, that would each of our words and the things that we say, the way that we look at one another, they would be an encouragement and a blessing and a help to each other, dear God. Give us your wisdom this evening. I thank you for Jesus, dear God. I thank you for the cross and what Jesus did there. We celebrate the resurrection of Jesus, and we celebrate, Lord, because we know that he is your Son and he is my Savior. And we pray these things tonight. In Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Amen. Thank you very much, Mr. Pastor Jeremy. All right, if y'all stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. City Attorney, do we have a quorum?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. City Clerk.
Yes, sir. Individuals wishing to speak on agenda items must complete a sign-up card prior to the item being introduced. Those wishing to speak on quasi-judicial public hearings must complete a sign-up card and sign the oath. Sign-up and oath cards are available on the table. Individuals wishing to speak on non-agenda items may do so under petitions from the public present. This opportunity is offered twice in the meeting, and individuals may speak at either the first or second petitions, but not both. No sign-up card is required. Citizens shall not comment on any issue more than once during the meeting. All comments except petitions and requests must address the pending issue, and citizens will be given 3 minutes to speak on all agenda items. Citizens wishing to speak on the consent agenda must submit a sign-up card identifying the items of interest. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes to speak on the entire consent agenda. All sign-up cards and exhibits being submitted to City Council shall be placed in the box on the table.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. I just want to make an announcement. If anybody would like to yield their time on a particular issue, let's say hypothetically, what is it? 10A, is it? What's the Wendover item? Oh, 9B. 9B. If you would like to yield your time on 9B to another individual, please indicate that on your sign-up card. Otherwise, then you would have to speak. Everybody got that? Are we good? All righty. Member Nelson.
Move to approve the minutes of the regular city council meetings on February 25th, 2025 at 5:30, February 25th, 2025 at 6:30, March 11th, 2025, March 27th, 2025 at 5:30, and a special city council meeting on March 20th, 2025.
Second.
Thank you very much. I have a motion by Member Nelson, second by Vice Mayor Cole. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. City Manager.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. We have one presentation, and that's a proclamation for Fair Housing Month. And I'll read the proclamation. Official proclamation of the City of Titusville, Florida. Whereas April 11th, 2025 marks the 57th anniversary of the passage of the Fair Housing Act, which affirms the national policy of fair housing for all who live in the United States. And whereas the Fair Housing Act prohibits discrimination based on race, color, religion, sex, handicap, family status, and national origin. And whereas the act provides equal housing opportunity for all Americans, regardless of race, color, religion, sex, or national origin, as well to ensure that fair practice in the sale, rental, or financing of property. And whereas the Fair Housing Amendments Act of 1988 added new rights, remedies, monetary penalties, and strengthened its enforcement procedures. And whereas the Fair Housing Amendments Act seeks to provide equal housing opportunities, to affirmatively further housing choices, to eliminate legal barriers to equal housing, and to emphasize equal housing as a fundamental human right for all. And whereas economic stability, community health, and human relations in communities are improved by diversity and integration. And whereas the City of Titusville is committed to fair housing and promotes services and activities provided by private and public entities for equal housing opportunities for all residents and prospective residents. And whereas the City of Titusville fully supports the intent and purpose of the Federal Fair Act, local fair housing laws, and follows policies and practices in order to achieve its goal. Now, therefore, I, Andrew Connors, Mayor of Titusville, do hereby proclaim April 2025 as Fair Housing Month in the City of Titusville, and encourage all citizens, businesses, and organizations to join me in this special observance. Signed, Andrew Connors, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Latte. And now we present this to Mr. Al Taylor, and what else do you have?
Oh, we have other members of the association with us. Good job.
All right, thank you very much, City Manager, for reading that, because I know how challenging those are. City Manager?
Yes, sir. Next item is the boards and commissions, and we have two items. The first is the North Brevard Commission on Parks and Recreations, and they included a semi-annual report, written report, and no action is requested. And the second is the Titusville Housing Authority, and they also submitted a semi-annual report and is included in the agenda packet. And again, no action is requested.
Is any of them here to speak?
Excuse me, sir?
Are any of them here to chat with us? Okay, just wondering. Member Nelson?
Oh, Tom, can you move your microphone
Oh, sorry.
over? Yeah, we're having a hard time hearing you.
All
Will
right.
do.
Thank you very much. Any discussion on the boards and commissions presentation, semi-annual reports? Seeing none, moving. Did you just?
I did,
Very
I'm
sad.
sorry.
Member Moscoso?
So I did have a question on the parks. It looks like we have, oh, I'm sorry, we're on Parks and Commissions. That's the next one. Never mind.
All right, thank you. All right. City Manager, we on petitions and requests?
Petitions and requests.
All right.
Are you going to let me speak on that other one?
Well, there was no action required, so no, we're just moving right along. But it's petitions and request time, Mr. Johnson. You can get up there and talk.
Okay. You might not like to hear what I have to say. All right. Thank you for allowing me to speak at this meeting before you. And this has to do with what I sent you today, an email that Wanda has, and it's been sent to you. And it's about this, spraying people with sewage, which, as an engineer, I follow God's laws. God's laws are like water flows downhill, F equals to MA, and you're not supposed to harm people. Sewage is harmful to people. I've been vaccinated for doing sewage work, and I know of people who have died because of sewage. And so the city should not be spraying people with, when I say sewage, it's also piss, poop, and pathogens. The pathogens are organisms that are harmful to human lives. So right now, the city is continues to play for over 4 years, and I've been unsuccessful to stop the city, and the TEC has been unsuccessful North Brevard, members of North Brevard Parks and Recreations have been unsuccessful. And yet, the city of Titusville does this. Continues to have this policy, unwritten policy, and I've talked to a number of people like Mr. Ball and Mr. Connors in the last few days. So we have the Attorney Broom and 4 of the 5 council members say, don't turn the fountains off. But Megan Moscoso, she says that she thinks it's bad for her children. And I agree with her. My grandmother agrees with her. And I've got 40,000 other licensed professional engineers in the state of Florida that agree with me, that won't dispute me. Right now, Mr. Cook, he won't disagree with me. But the thing is, you guys are allowing it to happen. And Mr. Connors, on a phone conversation, said that legally, according to his understanding of the charter laws and so forth, is that the city or the council members and the council cannot stop the city from continuing this, and they cannot have the city turn off the fountains. So it continues. And this is a horrible situation that you have. It's negligence. It can be murder too. People with, so in the very closing, I mentioned about second chances, which the three of you here have heard it from the last service at Park Avenue Baptist Church about second chances. So you have a second chance to undo what you've done.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Take the second chance. Thank you.
Okay, can I enter?
I'd rather you not, but if you insist.
How's Kevin Cook?
Member Nelson.
If I can, Tom, I'd like to ask Kevin Cook, do we have an unwritten policy that we are supposed to spray people with, piss and poop?
No, ma'am.
We've never had that policy.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, I'm glad we got that cleared up. Thank you. You have the floor, ma'am.
Dr. Kathleen O'Rourke, Titusville resident. I think it's about time that someone came out here and addressed the real facts on the issue between Andrew Connors and Vicki Conklin that has caused an unreasonable expense for the citizens of Titusville. There's a misconception requiring the need to hire an outside attorney that needs to be cleared up. So let's start with Andrew's assertion that he's a victim here, as if somehow Vicki Conklin did him wrong. This is so far from the truth that it would be laughable if his arrogance wasn't costing the taxpayers a lot of money. I'm going to describe the sting operation Andrew conducted to illegally win the election. He placed distorted signs of Vicki, including her name misspelled, the use of a Democratic logo, and no discernible identification of whose signs these were. I'm not talking about his red Connors signs that we got to know so well since they were everywhere. And by the way, he did this before he was elected, so why are the citizens paying his legal fees for him? Andrew put these distorted signs in the area where Vicki was set up to greet citizens in the hope she would remove these signs, because if she did, then he could charge her with theft. And ironically, Vicki was legally required to remove the signs because they didn't meet the requirements of political signs, and her name and pictures were on them. Andrew also had his team of lowlifes driving around so he could catch Vicki in the act of removing these signs and smear her reputation enough to gain some votes. And that part worked, at least for now. But Andrew's not only a sleaze, he's also an egomaniac. So even though the scam won the election for him, and many, many people, including city staff, have asked him to drop these charges, he won't do that. We can only guess why. But, and this is very important, the reason Vicki's lawyers requested these public records from the city was to protect her from the false charges that Andrew filed. Vicki has not filed a lawsuit against Andrew. Vicki has not filed a lawsuit against the city. And if Andrew dropped the charges, everything would simply go away. The city would not have to provide Vicki's lawyer with the public records he requested. The city would not need to pay these outside attorneys a lot of taxpayer money. The only reason we're in this situation is because Andrew cheated in the election And to protect his very vulnerable ego, he will not drop the charges he illegally filed. And this is why I suggested previously that Andrew pay the costs rather than the citizens. He caused this mess. He lied about what he did. He pretended to be a victim when he was actually the perpetrator. And he won't drop these charges because he doesn't care about anybody other than himself as long as the citizens are footing the bill. This is the mess Andrew has created. Stop bailing him out.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome, Andrew.
All right, who wants to go next?
Dwight Sigler. She is so correct. Mr. Mayor, save the citizens some money. Drop this crazy suit. And the other thing the city needs to do is stop and drop the lawsuit that you have against the citizens when 82% of them voted for clean water. It's the dumbest thing you ever heard of. Now you're going to use the citizens' money to pay for an attorney when you're suing the people that won something on the ballot. Is it Russia, China, or what? You guys sit up here, know that you're doing wrong, and think the people are stupid. You do things like you appoint to a board. If you're appointing a member to a board, a member of this board shouldn't be on the board that's being appointed to. That's to Mr. Cole. You can't be on the hospital board or NBED's board if you're on this board that's appointing to that board. Anybody don't see a conflict of interest? You either step off one board if you want to be on this one, or stay on this one and step off of that one. But that needs to be fixed. If you're going to continue to do all this crooked and wrong things, then how are you going to say somebody else is not following the policies if you guys are leading and not following them? Bad example. I'm not yielding my time, so I'm just going to use it all. Somebody please make a motion to drop these lawsuits that the city has against
Thank you.
Miss Vicky.
Member Nelson?
I do want to address this. When we are sworn into office, when I was sworn in as prosecutor, one of the things we have to do is say, we swear to uphold the constitutional laws of the state of Florida. There was a question about the right to clean water. Another district court of appeals had found that it was unconstitutional, it was preempted by state statute. So to me, we need to make sure that our district court of appeals says, yes, it's right, we put it in, no, it's wrong, we don't put it in. So our district court of appeals says it's preempted, we cannot put it in the charter. That's their ruling. And so now we have two district court of appeals that have said it is preempted. We do have people on boards Some people are appointed by our county commissioners. Some people are appointed by our county commissioners. Some are appointed by us. It's true, we cannot appoint two people to the same board, but we can't stop the county commission from appointing somebody to the same board, which makes it sort of a problem. But that's neither here nor there, just an explanation of how that sometimes happens.
Thank you, Member Nelson. Who would like to go next?
Elizabeth Baker, Augustine. Ms. O'Rourke is absolutely correct. That really happened. Nobody is here to pick on you, Mr. Connors. You created that situation. It didn't have to happen. Ms. Conklin didn't do a darn thing to you other than just run against you in a political race. It should have been two adults running a clean race based on credentials, ideas, how they connect with the people. She's a nurse. She was a registered nurse for many, many years, a hospice nurse. Did you know that? Did you know that she had the privilege of holding people's hands while they went on to meet their maker for years? She was also married to a lieutenant colonel in the military. She was recently widowed, just months before you decided to put up those fake signs. You should be ashamed of yourself. Our city should not be paying for this. You know you created this situation. And because of that situation, I, as a citizen, cannot trust one single thing you do. I can't help that. I don't trust you, and a lot of other people don't. This is insane that our tax dollars are paying for what you did.
Thank you. Anybody else? All right, moving on. City Manager.
Next is consent agenda. We have any member of council wish to pull any of the items from consent?
Member Nelson?
A and I.
All right. Any others other than A and I?
A and
Member
I.
Moscoso?
Yeah, H.
A, H, and I. City Clerk, any cards for citizens to pull items?
Yes, sir. We have 4 cards for consent.
All right, can you call the first card, please? Oh, I'm sorry. Read the titles. Can you read the titles, please?
He said he couldn't hear what Wanda said.
I couldn't hear
Oh,
what
she
you
has 4 cards.
Okay.
Four
So now
cards.
we'll read the items that you don't want to pull.
Okay.
And we'll
Yes.
take cards on those items, and then we'll take the pulled items individually. And so the speakers realize you can speak on the items we're about to read, but you can also get 3 minutes for each item pulled. Is that? Any questions, ask me.
All right, first item is consent agenda item 8A, Landscape Trust Advisability. Approve the advisability directing the staff. Oh, wait a second, that was pulled.
Yep.
8B, approve the use of Sourcewell contract number 011822JHK with WHP Training Towers for replacement of the doors in the fire training tower. Agenda item 8C, resolution number 5-2025, Titusville Community Service Award. Item 8D, resolution number 6-2025, amending resolution 13-2016 by amending the location and powers and duties of the Flag and Memorial Committee. Consent agenda item 8E, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, Titusville Police Department, TPD Online Sting Grant Award. 8F, Task Order KHT 008 for construction services for Riverside Drive Force Main Project. 8G, valve replacements Armstrong Facility. 8J, Task Order ACOM T007 for the Hopkins Avenue Sidewalk infill. And 8K, Cicerone subscription upgrade.
Thank you very much, City Manager. City Clerk, can you call the cards, please?
The first card is Stan Johnston.
And I just want to remind everybody, these cards will be on the items that were just read. Items A, H, and I will call for those separately. So you'll get 3 minutes on the ones we just read, and if you want to speak on A, H, and I, you'll also speak on those separately.
Mr. Johnson, you have the floor.
Okay. All right, so I'll do the 3 minutes right now. I'll do it I'll include 8B, that's the fire department. 8E, that's the Titusville Police Department, and 8F is the water resources. And they have something in common. These three items, and these three departments. And I think you know what I'm talking about. What do they have in common? They all allowed the spraying of people with sewage when we had sewage spill in Sandpoint Park that went to Spaceview Park, and we had this sewage spill in Baker subdivision that went to the Senior Park pond. All of them have supported leaving the fountains on. All of them. And I want you to know that that's not illegal. It's hugely illegal. It's hugely illegal. And as per God's law, that you're not supposed to harm people. And actually, God's law is saying is that it's toxic. Thank you. Our first responders are caretakers of our community. And when our people get sprayed with sewage, which happened for months, and it, like Mrs. Nelson explained, in October and November, at council meetings in October and November of last year, she said that the city had received comments from an anonymous person in FDEP that the city could leave the fountains turned on when we had sewage in the fountains. That is, I do not believe that. I do not believe it because it can't be true that someone would, who has the responsibility would allow that, because there is no sewage treatment plant in the United States that will spray sewage in air to aerate it for cleaning it. None of it. The only place it's done is here in the city of Titusville. The only place on the planet that I know of is right here in the city of Titusville. Shamefully done it. Shamefully, oh my golly, what have you done? What can I say to you? I'm shamed. It's disgusting. And you will see me for the rest of my life, as far as I'm coming here and saying the same thing, is what you're doing is disgusting, humiliating to me. And I've got over 40,000 other professional engineers who will not dispute me. And I don't see that he's going to dispute me either. He's not going to do it. And Mr. KB Ofosu, he agrees with me. So does Most Cosco. That's not even saying it right, but the blonde girl over there. She agrees with me too.
Thank you, Mr.
All right.
Johnson.
So I'm asking
City
you
Clerk,
to
can you
make
call
a
the next
motion to.
card, please?
Anyhow, these things I oppose. All of them I oppose because
Mr. Johnson, your
it's
time
cover
has
up.
expired. Thank you.
Thank you.
The
Can I have an
remaining
extra minute?
cards are for the items that we pulled.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, please have a seat.
Okay.
I'll call you when it's your turn again. Member Nelson?
So I would move to approve consent agenda B through G, J, and K.
Second.
I have a motion from Member Nelson and a second from Vice Mayor Cole. Any further council discussion? All those in favor say, sorry, I thought about it, yep. Can I have a roll call vote, City Clerk?
Yes, sir. Member Moscoso?
Yes.
Member Nelson? Yes. Mayor Connors?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cole?
Yes.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Those resolutions. Thank you, City Attorney. All right, City Manager?
I'll read now consent items 8A, Landscape Trust Advisability. Approve advisability directing the staff to propose a resolution to amend the Landscape Trust Fund reallocating the remaining funds toward the required match for the Urban and Community Forestry Grant with the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. 8H is a task order, KHT 0009 for the DeLeon Trail Design. Approve the award of task order KHT 009 to Kimley Horn and Associates for the amount of $223,322 to provide engineering consulting services, but not limited to data collection, trail plans, drainage design, and permitting, and authorize the city manager to execute the task order. And 8I, task order KHT 00010 for Harrison Street Riverfront Park Concepts. Approve the award to Kimley Horn and Associates in the amount of $84,000 to provide engineering consulting services, including but not limited to data collection, stakeholder and community engagement, concept development, and authorize the city manager to execute the task order.
Thank you, City Manager. We're on A, so we'll kick it off with there. Can I call the cards for 8A first before we get into it? City Clerk, 8A, please.
And actually, whether there's a card or not, if someone wants to speak on 8A, because we've pulled it, you'll have an opportunity to speak. Because when you put your card in, you may not have known it was being pulled, so.
8A. City Clerk.
First card is Stan Johnston.
I don't know what you said.
We are talking about the Landscape Trust,
I know,
item
8A.
I
8A.
said if anyone wants to speak on 8A, they can speak and they get 3 minutes.
That's me. Okay.
That's you, you're one of them.
All right, 8A. I'm Stan Johnson, 860 Poinsettia Avenue. And I'm not against this, but I think we should be careful how we're spending our money. And I'm not pleased with the way the city is spending the money because there's a lot going for fraud and illegal activities that the city is doing. Like, for example, building all these dams in the city, they're all illegal. Over millions, how many millions of dollars have we spent in that? I don't know. But this looks like a good idea. I'm not against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. City Clerk?
Tony Schifolo.
I'm sorry, Miss Tony. I didn't even see you back there.
Hey, Tony Schifolo, Tropic Street. I see no problem utilizing the $65,050 from the Landscape Enhancement Program to more than match the $50,000 Urban and Community Forestry Grant for the Urban Forestry Master Plan, which we're spending money on, However, I see no reason why this would require amending the Landscape Trust Fund. This fund accrues money continually when developers cut down trees without replacing them. That's called tree mitigation, and that's how this fund grows. And since they're always cutting down trees without replacing them, that fund continues to grow. So you don't want to take all the remaining funds because currently this fund indicates that the funds are to be utilized for beautifying public properties by landscaping. Planting trees in the urban forest is beautifying public properties by landscaping on a hopeful scale, hoping we live long enough to see them grow into maturity and be a nice tree canopy with cooling shade and healthy air. So why not just amend the sunset dissolution of the Landscape Enhancement Program to return the $65,000 to the Landscape Trust Fund, which funded the Landscape Enhancement Program in the first place, and use that amount to match the Urban Forest Grant and the rest of the money to plant trees. So I think it's just a matter of semantics that I'm worried about in this. I think the wording is not right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Schifolo.
I agree.
City Attorney?
No, I understand the point, and you're right. It's not the Landscape Trust Fund itself that's being amended. What you're amending is the previous authority where that money was allocated to reallocate it to the trust fund. So 2 things I would suggest. When you do your motion on this, it's to come back with a proper resolution to reallocate the funds. And also, if my understanding is correct, there may be more money that's left than just the match. So it's not only putting the money into potentially to do the match, but any other monies could be to be allocated. So you're gonna have to allocate all the 65. So there may be more than just putting it into the match. So you might want to ask staff those details when you do your motion. We're real clear on bringing back a proper resolution to reallocate the funds, which I agree isn't necessarily amending the fund, but it's doing a resolution to reallocate the funds from the previous program. And then it would be making sure where those monies go. So it'd be the match, if that's your desire, and if there's any extra monies, where those monies would go as well.
Thank you, City Attorney, City Clerk.
The last card is Kay St. Ange.
Everybody was getting ready to jump in there, and I wanted to make sure we get to that last card. Thank you, Ms. Kay.
Kay St. Ange, Maryland Avenue, Titusville Tree Team. Thank you very much for your explanation, Attorney Broom. That was my concern. It just didn't seem like there was any reason to change the resolution amending the Landscape Trust Fund. And so I wondered if I was confused, but it does sound like you're going to keep the Landscape Trust Fund to accrue monies as a result of tree mitigation efforts when developers cut down trees without replacing them. And you would continue to use these mitigation funds to beautify public property through landscaping. Very good. That's what I was hoping that you were saying. According to the accounting manager, Gina Ryan, in August 2024. I know that was a little bit ago, but I tried to get the current information. But in August 2024, that Landscape Trust Fund had $640,000 in it. Now, maybe some's been used since then. I don't know. I tried to contact her and get the current fund sums, but never received a response. But yes, please approve advisability reallocating the remaining funds of $65,000 from the Landscape Enhancement Program to match the $50,000 Urban Community Forestry Grant for an Urban Forestry Master Plan, but without revising the Landscape Trust Fund. The Landscape Trust Fund is just fine the way it is. Retain the language of Resolution 2001 regarding the Landscape Trust Fund, allowing mitigation revenues to accrue to be utilized to beautify public properties by landscaping. Yes, indeed. In this way, the Landscape Trust Fund's mitigation fees can be used to implement the Urban Forestry Master Plan. That's the idea. So I thank you for your clarification, and I would be happy to see that $65,000 match the Urban Forestry Grant. You got 1,500 left over. Maybe we can do something good with that too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kay. Any other cards, City Clerk?
No, not on this particular
All right.
item, but I have two cards from Adele Parsons and a Chair Patterson, I believe, that did not write which item they want to speak on.
We're going to wait till number 12.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, City Clerk. Member Stokel?
Yes. My question was kind of brought up already. I think that when we approved the matching grant, it was for $50K and we have the $65,000. So my question was, one, we will have some excess funds. And so two, can that mean that we can just make a motion to put all the funds into the Landscape Trust Fund and then it can be allocated out as appropriate? Or do we need to be more specific? Would that give you the flexibility to use the funds? Because I think even with the matching, we weren't even planning to use the full $50,000 potentially because we could count staff time as part of the match grant.
So the grant was approved with the match where half of that match would be coming from your general fund and the other half would be staff time. So if this found money basically is, with your approval, can be used towards that match, that'll save the general fund and also save us having to count staff time toward it. So it could be dedicated entirely to experts to help us develop this plan. And all we're asking is that that match is up to $50,000. So what is remaining, we would recommend going into the Landscape Trust Fund or whatever your direction.
Okay, yeah, and that's kind of what I was thinking. We could just have that $25,000, up to $25,000 go toward this matching grant and then have the rest go into the Landscape Trust Fund.
I'm recommending that $50,000, you have $65,050 here, that $50,000 of that be allocated towards the match of that grant, thereby saving you $25,000 from the general fund and the $25,000 of staff time. And then the remaining here, the difference would be $15,050. That could go back into the Landscape Trust Fund or some other program that you desire.
Okay, I guess my question is, can we put all of it in the Landscape Trust Fund and you all have the ability to use up to the match as needed, or does that require us to make that decision?
If you decide to put all of this money back into the Landscape Trust Fund, the Landscape Trust Fund is very specific. It must be used for planting and enhancements in public property. I'm not aware that we can pull from that to
Okay.
use it towards a match of a grant.
Okay. I'm fine with what he's recommending, so I don't know if anybody else had any comments.
Thank you, Member Stokel. Any other discussion? All right. One thing I would just like to comment is I know a lot of us have, kind of strolled around Astronauts Memorial Park and want to see some beautifications happen there. And I know Miss Kay did some work to develop, a planting regiment. So, I mean, that was like $350, and that would fall in line with what the Landscape Trust Fund is for. So, I know we're probably going to make a motion on advisability, but my request is, we could use some of that money to fund some of that tree planting out of the remaining 15,000. So that'd be just food for thought for you guys. Member Nelson.
I think you're right. We could do some tree planting. However, for Spaceview Park, where Kay had talked about, right now they want to come up with a concept plan on what they want it to look like. And Parks and Rec has offered to do the planning. I hate to take your job away from you, but Parks and Rec has offered to do the planning there. They've offered to do some pressure cleaning of the sidewalks, the Spacewalk Hall of Fame is supposed to remove the monuments, and I believe Public Works is going to come up with an idea for lighting and irrigation. I think that's how it, I think Sandy agreed on your behalf. So I think that's coming, but I'm not sure it needs to be part of this.
Yeah.
So-
I just wanted to bring it up as food for thought in terms of utilizing that extra money. If 50,000 of the 65,000 is going to that match, just wanted to bring up different projects that could be utilized for.
Wow.
But can I have a motion?
Yeah. I'm also going to say Riverfront Park could use some extra trees too. Move to approve advisability directing the staff to propose a resolution amending the Landscape Trust Fund.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt, but based on the discussion as written, you might want to delete the words "to amend the Landscape Trust Fund" and add to the end after Agriculture and Consumer Services and the remainder to go to the Landscape Trust Fund.
How if I say come back with a resolution to reallocate the funds back to the Landscape Trust Fund and to the required match for the Urban and Communities Forestry Grant with the Florida Department of Agriculture? Does that work?
You forgot in consumer services. I'm just kidding.
And consumer services. Okay. And consumer
Thank you,
services.
Member Nelson.
Second.
All right, I have a motion, I have a second. Any further council discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Now I believe we're on 8H. City Clerk, are there any cards?
Yes, sir, we have Stan Johnston.
All right, Mr. Johnson. 8H, DeLeon Trail Design.
Stan Johnston. I want to give you a little bit of a story. What happened here in the city, county, is that I came here, I was hired paving engineer to help with the paving in the city of Titusville. And we had some dirt streets that were to be paved. I went to my boss and I said, well, we can pave them just like I've done in the other places, is that we just go ahead and pave it, and we get little to no permit from St. John's. We don't have to do a lot of engineering work. We don't have to do so forth. Well, he didn't agree with that, and so what we did was we spent a lot of money on surveying and engineers and so forth like that to pave some unpaved streets. Whereas the Brevard County went ahead and paved about, I think it was over 90 miles when Robin Fisher was the commissioner, and they did it easily. They just went in there, and what did they do? They paved the dirt streets without all these engineering plans and so forth. I'm mentioning this because the city can way over expend on things that are complete nonsense. Like, for example, sidewalk infill, getting some, that's going to be another one. But in this case is that we should have what we've had before in the city here. We should have a design team that takes small projects. This, it appears to be, is likely a small project. That what I have done before and what the county has done before is instead of having somebody prepare some plans, engineering work costing hundreds of thousands of dollars, like for a sidewalk, we'll go in, one person goes out and stakes it out, what the sidewalk is supposed to be, elevation, that's all it is. It's real easy to do. You don't have to have all these fancy plans. So this, it appears, is likely one of those situations is where we spend a whole bunch of money and it could have been done for, it says 200 some thousand, save over $200,000 and do it in-house. So I'm not against the project, but I'm against for hiring people to do work that is so easy to do. It could be done without plans, very little plans. So that's what I'm sharing with you, and I don't think anybody agrees with me because they can even spray people with sewage. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. City Clerk?
Tony Schifelo?
Tony Schifelo, Tropic Street. I object to this. In December 2020, you awarded Kimley Horn $84,490.20, Ms. Stokel, to provide engineering and to review multiple locations for bicycle improvements. And one of the recommendations was to construct a trail along DeLeon Avenue from Harrison to Day Street. And do you remember the derision that was met with? Weren't you here in this room? I was. Nobody liked it. And here it comes again. Tonight you're being asked to award Kimley Horn $223,322 to provide 1 mile, 1.1 mile of a bike trail nowhere in a neighborhood that people don't want it.
Amen.
And I'm saying that because I go to the concerned citizens. I'm a member of that group, and I don't know why the right hand doesn't know what the left hand in the city is doing, but the concerned citizens are working with the CDBG money and Terry Franklin over in Community Services, Neighborhood Services, saying, what do we want to do with it? We want to get some lighting, pedestrian lighting down to Leon. And people are saying, well, that'd be a waste of money because even though there's 5-foot sidewalks on either side of that stretch of road, nobody walks out there. So why are we going to put a bike trail that doesn't connect to anything else? And then they're going to put pedestrian temporary traffic control plans will be prepared and will be included in this 220. Nobody walks out there on those sidewalks, and if they do, they're walking down the middle of the road. So my husband came up with a great idea. The bike trail crosses over to Leon, right up there below Garden Street and stuff. You know that bike trail that goes all the way up to Mims? Why not use some of this money to develop the bike trail in town that would connect to that 1.1 mile that nobody would get to otherwise? And also, you could use some of that $223,000 that Stan is right about that. They already got a 5-foot sidewalk. I don't know, if you look at the plan, it's only going to be shown in some places and it's going to be completely removed in other places, or maybe left there as the bike trail goes off somewhere and cuts down a lot of trees. But why not fix up that stretch of road where the bike trail comes off onto Main Street and is dangerous? And I pointed that out to CRA before and to this council. If you're riding west on the bike trail on Main Street, you cross over the railroad tracks and you're in oncoming eastbound traffic. And there's no place for the bikers to go. I ride that way because I ride to City Hall all the time. And I ride on the sidewalk. And I
Thank you,
hope
Ms.
Chief
Schiffeler.
Lau doesn't
Thank
arrest
you.
me for that.
Thank you. City Clerk?
We received 2 additional cards for this item after it was introduced. Would you like to hear them?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Dwight Ziegler.
$223,000 is a total waste of money. Design a bike trail when the elementary school was back there. The kids rode on that sidewalk with a 12-foot ditch, 12-foot deep ditch there. Anytime they would get off course and go down in that ditch, you're gonna break your neck. No safety rail along there. Sidewalk right next to the ditch. There's not even a good right of way there. So if you had a problem in your car, you're going in the ditch. And we're talking about $220,000. Nobody don't walk that. The elementary school closed. There's nobody walking that. But you got bus stops there now through the Leon area now, and you don't even have a bus bench and a shelter. I rode the bus one day and I stood out there at Sycamore and the Leon waiting on the bus. Almost died because of the sun, the heat. If the people didn't have a tree in their yard that I went and stood up under, I probably would have passed out. And we count $223,000 for something that people's not even going to use. Nobody came to us talking about the design. You just going to come in here and do something in the neighborhood and say, take it. Why is there no meeting let's sit down, and if we were even going to do this, it looks like we were not even going to be included. One day you guys are going to start listening to Stan Johnson. Just because you don't like somebody, but they got great ideas and they got the education and experience to back it up, you keep looking at them and laughing like everything's a joke. You guys are a joke.
Thank you. City Clerk?
The last card is Jesse Wright.
Good evening, Jesse Wright, 3550 South Washington Avenue. I was just looking at H&I. I have a subdivision in California, about 41 subdivision lot, and it's been in this county of San Bernardino for about almost 2 years. Finally, they came up with the same entity, Kimley Horn Associates. We ended up paying $10,000. I don't know who negotiated these numbers. I mean, I'm looking at H&I, comes up to about $307,000 in consulting fees. That is really ridiculous. I'm not really saying anything about, who the person was that negotiated this, but maybe the city should really look at getting second or third opinion. I'm against it.
Thank you. City Clerk, anything else?
No more cards.
All right. Member Nelson?
I'm not sure who to ask, Brad or Kevin. Did anybody talk with the concerned citizens about this project? I would sort of like to see it tabled. If the citizens aren't really interested in having it, then one, it's a lot of money. It is a lot of work. I went through what all they had to do, and I'm not an engineer, but I was like, wow, because when I first saw it, I thought, that's a lot of money. And then as I'm reading it, I'm like, okay, you have to do this, you have to do that, you have to do this. So it is a lot of work. But if the citizens don't want it, I'd like to table it and let the citizens come back maybe have a community meeting, let Terry have a community meeting, and let us know before we spend the money.
We can certainly do that. We can provide that to Terry and let her take it back to the citizens group.
I think it'd be worth it.
All right, you could also vote to just say no. You don't have to table it. But Member Moscoso.
Yeah, I pulled this because I had a lot of the same concerns as the citizens. It's a $223,000 project. That is just for the consulting fee. And if you read it, the consultant is going to hire another consultant inside of it. Yeah. So there are a lot of issues just with that, to me. That area, I've driven through it different times. I drove through this afternoon and people were using the sidewalks. But I would agree with Mr. Siegler, there is that big ditch there as well. There's also a stormwater pond right next to the apartments that I feel is extremely dangerous for any children over there. So there's a lot to think about with this project. So I definitely have some concerns. I'm really glad to hear from members of the community that are saying we want to be involved in this. I say we either table it or we need to have a presentation. I know that this was kind of looked at in 2020. And so this is Kevin, do you know how much just for consulting, it's 223, but what are we looking for the cost of completion?
You estimate that design costs 15% construction, so 1.5 million.
Okay. So, yeah, I think we either need to table it and get the community involved, but this definitely needs to be looked at again.
Thank you, Member Moscoso. Member Stokel?
Yes. I had two questions. One, could somebody just briefly touch on the history of why this is on the agenda, kind of why we brought it up? And then two, the bidding process, did this go out to bid and Kimley Horn was the one that won it those are the two questions I have.
Okay. So the planning department developed a mobility plan some years ago where they looked at opportunities for bicycle improvements, sidewalk improvements, intersection improvements leading to pedestrians using non-automotive functions. When they did the study into the bicycle lanes, you recall the in-road bicycle lanes were not favorably accepted by the council at the time, so none of those have come forward. Those are going to restripe our roads, putting bike lanes in, so forth. That's not been done. It's only been done on Hopkins. So one of the items that was identified was the opportunity to add a 12-foot trail along De Leon to provide that bicycle amenity without using it in-road. Moving the trail to this side, much like rail trail is an off-road trail for US 1, this would be an off-road trail for this section of one of our collectors. Mainly, the only collector has a right-of-way big enough to accommodate a trail. Most other collectors don't have right-of-ways. So we've had in the budget a number of mobility plan items coming forward, most of which have gone sidewalks through impact fees. This is the one coming forward as a bike lane improvement. So that's why it got here. As far as selection of consultants, we solicited for consultants under the Competitive Consultant Negotiation Act, which is not a bid. They cannot use price in that. It's a protected statute. We selected 5 total consultants, 2 of which are qualified to do general services, which would be the road, streets, parks, landscaping, that being ACOM and Kimley Horn. They go back and forth. You saw the last meeting and this meeting, ACOM and Kimley Horn are both being awarded consulting services. Hopkins Avenue being ACOM, tree survey on the fire tower was also ACOM. This one's Kimley Horn. It also ties Kimley Horn on this project. They did the original study that created the concepts attached in the work order. If you have to restart that process, that other consultant has to pick up and start it fresh. So they would not have had that a little bit extra input as far as reviewing aerials and seeing what the workload was going to be. But it was a competitive negotiation, RFP. I think we had 20 some odd consultants, 5 came forward. The other 3 are utility only. So we have 5 total, but 3 are restricted water sewer.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Cole.
My question is, the funds that we have, are they designated that they have to be used for this? Or if the community wants something else, can the funds be used for that?
This isn't a capital project of the general fund, so it's not a restricted fund. It is labeled mobility, but it can always be changed to a different project.
Because if we get with the people in the community and they decide they would rather see something else in the community rather than the bike trail, the funds could be utilized for that.
we certainly can bring that back as an option to change projects, as long as it's a capital improvement, not an operating improvement.
Okay.
Thank you. Member Nelson.
So I think I'm going to recommend, or my suggestion, my vote would be to deny it and let Terry get with the community and find out what they want and then come back.
Please make a motion if you're going to do so.
Okay. Move to deny task order KHC 009 to Kimberly Horn and Associates for the amount of $223,322.
Second.
I have a motion and I have a second. Any further council discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Now we're on to consent item I, which is Harrison Street Riverfront Park Concepts. City Clerk, can you call the first card, please?
Yes, sir. Stan Johnston?
Is this 8I? Stan Johnson, professional engineer. I worked here for the city and I've got a pension from it, retired in 2008. And I have seen some things that I was not very pleased that Kimberly Horton did. Especially the counting the parking spaces that the city has available and what we can do and so forth. So the city was considering having this big $6 million parking garage and so forth, which we've had, I don't know how many concrete structures built that failed, such as the bridges and so forth, that it's, I don't know whether we can handle that. But here's what's going on, is that we have spaces over here on Indian River Avenue across from City Hall, never were recognized. It's area over there. We have an area that was used for parking when we had special events, like the water festival we used to have here, Indian River Festival, and running races and swimming in the river and so forth. Those were taken away when we put those islands in there and had it a wider parking area. All those spaces were removed. And then, then what we did was we did do something maybe good, and that was one way on Main Street. So we put parking on.
Point of order, Stan. We're talking.
This is what Kimberly Horn did.
We're not talking about Kimberly Horn. We're talking about the Riverfront Park concepts, and this is what I is about. You haven't spoken to anything about I.
Point of order is recognized. Stan, please get on topic.
We're on I.
Yes.
Oh, I was talking about 8J. Excuse me. I was on 8J. Thank you for stopping me. Okay. This is also a Kimberly Horn thing, but they did some things which I'm not. So I think that we could again do engineering and in-house to do that. But the other one, when I was talking about, I was especially talking about 8J. All right. So I think that we should have people that can do our parks in-house here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. City Clerk?
Tony Schiffolo?
Schiffolo Street. On the consent agenda, not counting J if that was part of it, Kimberly Horn was going to get, without any discussion, $385,617 on 3 contracts, 3 items. Kimberly Horn has a continuing service agreement with the city and was selected, blah, 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 no bid contracts. I'm here to talk about the Harrison Street property, which was acquired in 2006. And the IBI group developed a Titusville waterfront design master plan, which provided a concept for the use of the Harrison Street property. Yet to see this, we've asked people that were on the Riverfront Referendum Committee, have no recollection of there having been a plan. It said in the prospectus that 2 engineering firms are typically utilized on a rotating basis to provide engineering support on an as-needed basis, as Mr. Cook was saying. Unfortunately, Kimberly Horn was the luck of the draw on this one. And once again, their plan, their vision for Titusville is a nightmare. I have pointed this out since 2017 when it first was presented to council, and Brad knows that. My problems with it are still the same that have been from the very beginning. The plan has not evolved or changed despite all the community input. Anyway, the previously developed concept for the Harrison Street property, I suggest we do nothing to this beautiful piece of undeveloped property with a natural shoreline and a tremendous view across the Indian River Lagoon to the Space Center. The city's comp plan has a section on shoreline mixed-use goals and objectives, and Objective 1.12 lays out two main goals: to preserve and enhance the visual and functional use of land along the Indian River Lagoon east of Highway 1 while providing public access. So, I would request that the shorelines be protected, not hardened, and be allowed to return to a natural state. You know, if you're going to make it a park, perhaps you can install educational projects such as mangrove plantings and the seagrass reclamation. It's a beautiful stretch of land. My suggestion is to keep it in perpetuity, naked and empty for citizens, so that we can go and share the magnificent view of the Kennedy Space Center across the river from that empty lot. Every time I drive by it, I love that property. And I always sing, and I'm going to do this for Member Cole. Let's make a gateway to the stars, build a walkway to the moon. Make it just a little simple park and get citizen input. Don't let Kimley Horn get it.
Thank you, City Clerk.
Amen.
City Clerk.
Lower Ward.
She's hard to follow. That, or
No.
juggle, or juggle. You could juggle.
So this parcel was the second parcel purchased with the riverfront referendum back in 2004 that was created. The intent of the referendum was to provide open windows that the citizens could stay connected to the river that's so important to the community. And Riverfront Park down south across from Ellie and Cedar is the first one, and it's been completed, it's been developed, and it's a very, very popular park. People use it all the time for different things, but it's especially popular for missile viewing, and it's under some stress because there are more people that want to view missiles there than there is room to park. So this parcel that's so centrally located in the middle of a city center, it's very, very important. And I feel that in the future, we'll know what it should be used for. But I don't feel like we know yet. There's not been this kind of use for it that's come up and made itself apparent. But as the city grows and changes and shifts and gets bigger, a use for that will come forward. So what I think should happen now is we need space for visitors to park where they won't get run over, like down on Riverfront Park, and watch the missiles that are being launched. And that's the use that I think is apparent now. But it could be a temporary type of use. We could use that big parcel for parking and missile viewing now, keep it real simple, like everybody's saying, and then in the future, when a defined need for it in that location comes up, then we can change and go to that, because it's waterfront, it's centrally located, it's very, very special. And I do think that in the future, it'll be used for something real important to the city. I think you should have if you use a design firm, I think you should have them produce for you now a very simple
Thank
but
you, Ms. Laura.
flexible.
Thank you, Miss Laura. I gotta cut you off.
I beg your pardon?
I gotta cut you off. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
I had a
Yes.
question for her before she sat down.
All right, Member Stokel.
I don't know if I'm next. Yes. If you recall, when we were having the discussion about Riverfront Park, I really liked when the council at the time, we talked about that being Citizens Park because it was the citizens' money that went
Right.
to fund that. And it's a beautiful piece of land. I will say, I think for me, at least driving by, I'm like, it's very underutilized. I don't want something there blocking the view. It's a beautiful view. I see it every day. And I do see the draft of what the design could be. I guess my question is, I don't want to just kind of sit on it and just let it sit there as it is, because I don't think it's being utilized at all by any citizen. I'd like to see something happen where we could name it potentially Citizens Park and have people frequent it. It sounds like you just don't think we're there yet, in your opinion.
No, that's not, I didn't make myself clear. I think you should use it now.
Okay.
I think there are things you can do to it that are minimal, that will allow use. But I think instead of getting all involved with this community outreach and everything at this point, what you can do, I mean, you want to get it cleaned up, you want to remove the peppers, you want to make sure there's some parking that's stabilized. I think you could form like a committee of interested citizens that could bring you back some ideas for that. Maybe get Laura Lee involved with it, the committee, and get some ideas for how to stabilize a shoreline and what to do about that. And then come back to you with that, and then go forward with how to do something minimal there now that will allow use, but will also leave it available for when you come up with the final solution that will be the final use for the park, when you go into big development on it.
Okay.
That'd be my thought.
Yeah, I do want to move a little bit forward with it. I mean, I'm not like we need to do it tomorrow, but I would like us to start kind of exploring and it remain a park and a beautiful park and where citizens can utilize it.
Right, and the important thing also that I didn't get to tell you is, if you have some kind of a generic idea that can be flexible in the future, you could go ahead and start doing things like planting canopy trees on that thing, because trees can be used to define spaces and like that. And you could start planting the trees now so that when you're ready to make it into a full citizen use place, then you've already got some decent canopy trees growing. That,
All right, thank you. That
okay,
helps.
thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. Member Nelson?
So when I suggested that we look at this park, or this piece of property as a park, my vision was we leave the mangroves there, we build a platform looking over them so that we could see the river, we can see the Space Center, and plant some trees so that it would provide shade for people and a little bit of parking. When I read what Kimberly Horn was suggesting, and it was 3 plans, and one plan included a water feature, and I was like, that's just not what I was envisioning. And I did talk to Ms. Ward about it. I think we're okay. We're on the same page. But just something, every time I go past it, it's like this bare piece of property with no trees, Brazilian peppers out there, and I'm sort of like, it's just not attractive. There's no shade to invite people to come over and see it. And I was thinking, you don't want to get rid of the mangroves because the mangroves are there to protect our shoreline, but we can trim them down, maybe do some kind of space where you can overlook it. And I didn't want a whole lot of impervious pavement because that's something that is important to our environment. So I don't know, I looked at Kimberly Horns and I thought, this is not what I envisioned. I don't know if Mr. Cook feels comfortable coming up, having a staff member come up with that kind of design and maybe bring it back to us. But I think that's really all that's needed.
Thank you, Member Nelson. Member Moscoso?
Yeah, I think there were some really good points brought up about perhaps putting together a committee. I love the educational part of it, if we could educate people about our lagoon. I was looking, somebody posted this on Facebook, and I was kind of looking at some of the comments. And would this be a city-maintained park or a county-maintained park?
It would be a city-maintained park unless we made an addendum to our current MOU with the county.
Okay, so that was one of the questions I was seeing. I utilize that park a lot when there are rocket launches, and what I love about it is it has like a sense of community. I don't know where you guys watch your launches, but if you go there when there's a launch, you have my kids sit on the car, people are all out there and just talking about it, and I really love that aspect. And so I don't want to see it be turned into this park where there's 6 parking spots. You can't go, because there is this community feel to it. If there's a launch in 10 minutes, you can easily drive down there, get a spot, and just sit on the car and watch a launch. And I think that's really special. So I love doing something minimum now until we have an idea of what we really want to use that property for. But it really is this special little place, I think, for the residents of Titusville that I don't feel like all the tourists know about. And I kind of like that.
Thank you, Member Moscoso. Vice Mayor Cole?
Well, I was around here when the referendum came up, and Ms. Ward was intimately involved with that. And I accept what she has said, that I don't think we need to have this grandiose plan out there. It could be and I agree with everyone else, that it could be minimalist. And I think we should table this and look into seeing if we could get a committee together of people that are concerned about it to come up with some ideas of what we could do there and then work from there. That would be my proposal.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Cole. My recommendation would be vote to just kill it and then direct staff to put together a committee.
My vote would be to kill it, to deny it, and then ask staff to come up with a committee to work with staff, because I think staff's input is going to be important. We can do this, we can't do that, and sort of provide some guidance on what.
Yeah, you gotta put that in motion. That's why I said I would do, because I can't.
Yes,
Thank
yes. Move to deny the award of task order KHT0010 to Kimberly Horn and Associates in the amount of $84,000 for the Harrison Street Riverfront Park Complex.
Second.
We have one card left.
Oh, see, they get all excited. City Clerk, who's that last card?
Jesse Wright.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, I have a motion and I have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much.
And then I think we need advisability, a motion to approve advisability for staff to come up with a committee and come back with a plan for the Harrison Street Riverfront Park.
City Attorney?
A committee of staff members? I want to be clear.
Committee of citizens plus a staff member.
I'm not sure how Kevin's going to come up with a committee of citizens.
Do we need to appoint them?
If you create a committee to come back to you, you're talking sunshine. And then all the rules that go with sunshine when you designate a committee. I want to be real clear on what we're doing.
What if we could have a community meeting versus?
Sure, you could ask.
Versus a committee,
Yeah,
like a
community
community meeting.
meeting, or workshop, or whatever you want to do. But when you do designate a committee to make recommendations, you start invoking sunshine. And I don't think they want to go do that,
No.
because then they're restricted on their ability to speak.
So
Call it a
my
workshop.
motion should be to have Kevin and staff come up with a concept plan, and then we have a community meeting. Sure.
All right, I have a motion.
Second.
Any further discussion from council? Anybody out in the audience want to chime in? All right, seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Before we move on, I have a point of order for city attorney. Does 12A need to be taken off the agenda? Because I just received word that the North Brevard Economic Development Zone is no longer in existence.
Yeah, I actually spoke to Troy Post about this, and he said that that would not affect this project because it's county versus city money, and that there would be the funding. I don't want to speak for him, but the funding would be there for this project.
So after it leaves here, correct, it needs to be approved by county commission?
It does have to be approved by the county, that's correct. So I can't,
Can we
not know
not
all the
table
facts.
this?
I mean, if,
Oh, hold on, we're just talking information, but right now, procedurally, we're not actually bringing up your item, I'm sorry.
I don't feel comfortable giving an opinion based on what may or may not be happening.
Okay.
Our money in our small TIF goes to the zone. That's the agreement. We don't have our own. So the agreement was to use our TIF money for that, but it was a zone grant. So the agreement is, you know, if we couldn't cover it, then the zone would step in. So there's a lot of things in that contract that have to do with the zone. So to say that if the zone doesn't exist, it stands on its own, I would have some question about that. So I think those are things that really need to be looked into.
Thank you, City
So whether you
Attorney.
want to move forward or you table, but I would not feel comfortable rendering an opinion based on what may or may not be happening somewhere else.
All righty, we'll move on to 9A. City Manager?
9A is easement vacate application number 3-2024, 1558 Meadowlark Drive, and that's to deny the easement vacation, and related resolution number 7-2025 to vacate a portion of the 20-foot public utility and drainage easement on property located at 1558 Meadowlark Drive.
At this time, I want to read the quasi-judicial rules. During the public hearing portion of this meeting, anyone wishing to speak on a quasi-judicial item must first sign a public hearing agenda card and sign the oath contained thereon, swearing to tell the truth, the full truth, and nothing but the truth. These cards are located on the table at the entrance of the chamber and should be provided to the clerk. Those speaking in favor of a request will be heard first. If you have photographs, sketches, or documents that you desire for the city council to consider, they must be submitted into evidence and will be retained by the city. Please submit such exhibits to the city clerk. City Clerk, have you received signed oath cards from persons wishing to speak before the city council, swearing to tell the truth, the full truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
To staff and applicant, please ensure that all witnesses that intend to speak have signed an oath card and have presented it to the clerk. If there is anyone present who has not signed an oath card that does wish to speak on a quasi-judicial item, please submit a card to the clerk at this time. City Clerk, have all agenda items been properly advertised?
Yes, sir.
In the event that a council member has received an ex parte communication, either verbal or written, outside of this hearing, the council member shall disclose the identity of the person, group, or entity with whom the communication took place, and the subject of the communication, including all opinions or facts discussed. Any written communication must be disclosed and made a part of the record. Also, in the event that a member has conducted an investigation or site visit or received any expert opinions regarding these quasi-judicial items, said visit or opinion shall be disclosed.
All right. Thank you, City Attorney. Any disclosures from council? See no lights. Thank you very much, council. Is the applicant here?
Yes.
All right. I'm assuming he filled out a card. Sir, you have the floor.
Good evening. My name is John Dacko. It's been a long, arduous process. I think we've finally come up with a resolution to allow my application to vacate this easement to finally be approved by the Planning and Zoning Board. And I'm in favor with what they've set forth. And hopefully you folks will agree with that and we can move on and complete this process.
All right.
Mayor, if I may?
Yep.
Just briefly describe, on page 220 of your application, of the agenda, you'll see an illustration of what Mr. Deco is suggesting that he would like to put on the back of his property. The agencies that he was requested to get letters from all had no objection to them, except Public Works made a statement that they had no objection provided that the drainage would be compensated somewhere else within the easement. So he's asking to vacate 10 feet of this 20-foot wide easement. He initially proposed this illustration you see on page 220. Then at a Planning and Zoning Commission meeting, he asked for it to be the full 10 feet, and then they asked for this application to be sent back to us. We sat with Mr. Danko. We've also visited the site. And if you look on page 223 of your packet, you'll see an aerial. Just to give you some context here, in the back of this property and several properties along this row here, there is a swale that was approved per the site plan of the subdivision, and there is a berm behind that swale. Mr. Deco is asking to have a portion of this easement to be vacated in order to allow his patio area to encroach into that easement, which is the swale itself. He's indicated to us, and it was pictures were brought before the Planning and Zoning Commission at the time, that there is no swale, but that is not the case. There was an approved swale per the site plan. It may have not been maintained. So the condition that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended, which is on page on page 202 of your packet, they recommended that approval with the condition that the vacation will not be recorded, which is a resolution, until the applicant obtains a permit showing how the swale will be realigned within the remaining 10-foot easement for the flow to be maintained within 1 year, and that was approved unanimously by the Planning and Zoning Commission. So we do have a permit in review. It just means that the applicant will have to provide evidence that that flow can be maintained or redirected, and that will most likely require him to provide some kind of engineered plans in order to get an issued permit for the patio. So that we'll try, we have KB, or civil engineer of the city of Titusville, here to answer any questions if you have any. But the condition that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended is such.
Thank you very much, Brad. City Clerk, are there any other cards?
Stan Johnston is the only card.
All right. We're going to allow Stan Johnson to come up. Mr. Johnson?
Stan Johnston, I've looked at the plans of this, and I'm mystified that the way that it is worded, that we're going to accept it. It appears to me is that what we have is an application with insufficient information to have a delay or something to say, well, we're going to approve it if you do something. Why don't we go ahead and have an approved plan so that we can approve it or deny it? So what I'm saying is that, to me, it appears that the information that has been provided is insufficient. So I don't think that you should make a decision on information that is insufficient. I don't know if you'll catch my drift, but in order to make a decision, I believe you should have sufficient data and not have this rambling about trying to accept something later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Member Stokel?
Yeah, question for staff. Since your original recommendation was to deny it, with the new condition that P&Z put on it, would you all be in favor of going forward?
The condition, I asked the applicant to prove it, so if the resolution's approved to vacate, it'll be held in escrow, basically not recorded until he complies and gets an issued permit and constructs the patio. And so he has 1 year to do that. So we're satisfied with that.
Okay, and that was my main thing is I want to be able to allow citizens to do what they want with their property, assuming that everything's protected. And so it seems if staff's okay with it, seems like the applicant's agreeable to it, that I would be in favor of it.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, can I have a motion to approve?
Move to approve rezoning. Wait a minute, wrong way. Move to approve easement vacate application number 3-2024 for 1558 Meadowlark Drive with the condition that a vacation not be recorded until the applicant obtains a permit showing how the swell will be realigned within the remaining 10-foot easement for the flow to be maintained within a year.
Second.
Thank you, Member Nelson. Vice Mayor Cole, I have a motion and I have a second. City Clerk?
Member Nelson?
Yes.
Mayor Connors?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cole?
Yes.
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Moscoso?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations, sir.
Mr. Parrish, KB, thank you guys.
All right.
I appreciate it.
We're going to take a 10-minute recess before we move on. Thank you very much. Yes, it's been an hour and a half. It's time. patience as we all need to take a much-needed stretch of our legs. City Manager?
We're up to 9B, and that is the rezoning application number 1-2025, Windover Farms, Cheney Highway. And recommended action is to conduct the public hearing and final reading of ordinance number 12-2025 for rezoning application number 1-2025, Windover Farms, Cheney Highway. And the city attorney will read the ordinance.
Ordinance number 12, 2025, an ordinance of the City of Titusville, Florida, amending ordinance number 5, 1993 of the City of Titusville, Florida by amending the zoning map made a part of said ordinance by reference by removing all previous conditions of approval originally applied by ordinance number 27, 2008 and ordinance number 29, 2008 for a 25.9 acre property within the regional commercial RC zoning district located at 8225 Windover Way with Brevard County parcel ID number 22 35 30 AV 65, providing for severability, repeal of conflicting ordinances, and providing for an effective date. And again, this is quasi judicial, so the ex parte disclosures would apply if there are any to be made at this time.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Council, any ex parte communication? Member Stokel?
Yes, I spoke with the applicant, Cole Oliver, spoke with him a few times, one when this was at City Council before, when they were trying to do multifamily there, spoke to him after that with some concerns I had with if this were to come off, would this potentially be a live local project? And just trying to help figure out a win-win for this situation, but no formal opinion has been made. I also received an email from Sandra Klinger on some reasonings as to some concerns that they have with the access. And again, no decision has been made at this point.
Was that,
Thank you, Member Stokel.
was that email, is that the one that's on our desk dated April 7th?
Yes, and I did confirm that the applicant did receive that as well, so I
Okay,
did want to be
does-
clear on that.
Clerk, do you have a copy of that? And did you receive a copy? Thank you.
Member Nelson?
And I'm like Member Stockwell, I did talk to the applicant last time, and I asked him this time if the, I asked him this time if the rumors flying around town were true as to the utilization of the project or the property. Also got the email from Sandra Klinger.
Member Riscoso?
Yeah, I received the email from Sandra Klinger.
Thank you very much. I have also received many emails from people that lived in Windover. I've also spoken with the applicant. I've also bumped into people that live in Windover on the street at the 321 Fest. So I could not remember their names, unfortunately, but no decision has been made, and it does not.
Is
affect
it possible to describe the substance of the communication, if you would, with the applicant and with others?
Yes. Mr. Oliver asked me if I had any questions on this project, and I said, no, I'll look at it when it comes before council. And obviously, you got a copy of this email. And the folks that were bumped into me at 321 Fest, they said, I'll see you on the 25th. And I said, no, you won't. Our meeting's on the 27th. So that was pretty much it. Thank you very much. Any other questions for me, City Attorney? All right, Vice Mayor Cole?
Yes, I too received the email, and I too have talked with Cole Oliver, but I have not made any decisions on anything. I did have some questions about the property, but it did not influence my decision in any way.
And again, could you describe the substance of your communication?
I was trying to determine what the property was going to be used for,
And
and I don't know.
All right. City Clerk, how many cards we got on this thing?
We have a total of 23 cards. 3 of them are marked that they would be the speakers, and 21 additional cards, so they're yielding their time to the 3 speakers.
Okay. So there anybody else speaking that is not a part of the yielding
There
of
is
time?
not, other than the applicant.
Okay, so I just got to worry about calling on 4 people, correct?
3.
3 and then the applicant.
Mhm.
All right, just making sure. Thank you very much. And at this time, we're going to close off cards so that we can make sure that we keep track of everything. All right, Mr. Oliver, I believe you are up.
did you want a presentation from staff first? Is it?
Oh, sorry, Mr. Parrish.
Sorry. I'll keep it short. So the staff report begins on page 238 of your packet. Which gives a little bit of history about the property itself. But on 239 of your packet, you'll see the request is specifically just to rezone the property. The current zoning of the property is regional commercial. It's being rezoned, if it's approved, to regional commercial. The difference is removing conditions of approval of the original zoning. So it's essentially a rezoning of the property to a new district. And so you'll see there at the top of the page there, it's community, regional commercial with concept plan, and if approved, to be regional commercial without concept plan and conditions. On page 240 of your packet, there are several conditions that were approved with the original rezoning ordinances, and there were 2 rezoning ordinances in 2008 that were approved that have amended certain portions of the property cumulatively together as regional commercial. And each ordinance had several conditions to allow for development on the property. They included the concept plan, including a development agreement, included screening and buffer requirements, compliance with state and federal requirements and wetland regulations, a habitat management requirement, requirement that they adhere to the St. John's Water Management District, and requirement that they adhere to handicap parking spaces requirements, and the submittal of a traffic study that has to be reviewed by Brevard County and FDOT. We did provide an analysis of each of those specific conditions on page 240, or at least a statement of our opinion about each of those conditions. The first one is the binding concept plan. Our code says that if you submit a binding concept plan or a concept plan with a rezoning, it becomes binding on the property. Now, what that means is when they submit to us a site plan for engineering, it generally has to be consistent with that concept plan. And administratively, we decide or determine that it's deviates significantly from that concept plan, then they have to go back and get the zoning conditions, including that concept plan, amended by council through the rezoning process. The applicant, again, is not doing that. They want to remove that completely. The plan illustrates 4 driveways on Windover Way and 1 ingress-only driveway on State Road 50, Cheney Highway. It is questionable whether the FDOT will permit a driveway from the I-95 off-ramp into the development as illustrated in the plan. The parcels are owned by the separate entities. Removal of the concept plan could result in separate developments. The development agreement is generally a contract between a property owner and a developer. We're not sure why that particular condition was applied here, because that would require another set of public hearings and a negotiated contract in order to allow development on here. So you have a concept plan on the property governing how the property would be laid out when it's constructed, but yet it's also a requirement that you have to go through a development agreement to negotiate something. The conditions don't describe what that's supposed to be. Screening and buffering, the city's code requires a 10-foot landscape buffer yard and screening of mechanical equipment, dumpsters and loading and unloading zones, and we believe the conditions are necessary. The compliance with state and federal wetlands and wildlife regulations, this is already required by state and federal regulations. We believe that condition is also unnecessary. We had similar statements for the rest of the conditions related to habitat management, adhering to St. John's Water Management District. It's a given, you have to anyway. Distribution of handicap parking spaces, that's a given of any development. And the same thing with the traffic study. We believe we're going to have to require a traffic study, but there's no requirement in the code that the traffic study has to be reviewed or approved in some way by another agency such as FDOT or the county. In other words, we can't deny a permit based on another agency's approval or denial. So we believe that condition is also unnecessary. Now, however, you may believe that as you go through this, that there may be a need to keep the concept plan or ask for a revised concept plan, or may find that the concept plan is unnecessary. You may believe that the development agreement is probably something you could still utilize and keep as a condition, or modify or keep some of the existing conditions on there. But our statement is here on page 240 as far as our opinion on each of these conditions. On page 242 of your packet, you'll see an aerial. I'm sorry, on page 242, I just want to describe the area a little bit, excuse me, not the aerial. So I just want to summarize some of my comments here in the report. The existing zoning districts were established over a period of years from 1993 to 2008. Subsequent to the city's administrative rezoning, which has happened in 1993, There have been 2 parcels rezoned to regional commercial north of the property by ordinances 14-96 and 40-98. The tourist zoning district along Windover Way was approved by ordinance number 41, 1998. The existing RC was intended to serve the city's regional commercial needs. The existing zoning is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan in that it encourages clustering of commercial uses along the commercial segment of State Road 50 and 995. The current commercial zoning ordinances include several conditions for specific commercial development, which I've already described. What we're trying to get here is that there used to be a tourist zoning district on this property and other zoning districts. In 2008, all of that was rezoned to regional commercial. The concept plan includes the property immediately north of the subject property. We did do an analysis based on concurrency, based on what could be allowed at full development based on the concept plan versus what could be allowed under the conditions of a regional commercial zoning without any conditions. In other words, just straight up developing under our current code. So the rezoning was reviewed based on a commercial retail build out of potential of a 30% coverage in our regional commercial zoning district. A commercial retail development utilizing the maximum build out potential of the RC zoning district is consistent with the development in the area. The area within 1.5 miles of the subject property is a mixture of vacant regional commercial tourist and large lot single-family residential, which is the Windover Farms of Titusville. Removal of the concept plan and conditions will allow the property owner to develop under the existing zoning conditions, development standards, described in section 28-315A of the code. The code says, the purpose statement of the RC states, the district's intended to provide for intensive, highly automotive-oriented uses that require an accessible location along thoroughfares designated as arterials in the comprehensive plan and these regulations. So you have to, through this quasi-judicial process, determine whether this rezoning is consistent with that purpose statement and the development standards and intent statements of the RC zoning district. Our staff comment on page 243, the rezoning request meets the purpose of the RC zoning district described in that same section of the code. Development on the subject property may utilize an existing access easement through the property located immediately to the north to directly access State Road 50, which is an arterial road. In addition, the segment of Windover Way between State Road 50 and the southeast corner of the subject property may be utilized to access the arterial. There are commercially zoned and developed properties that use the same local roadway segment as a means to access an arterial. There are other local segments with similar zoning and commercial developments in the area. The segment of Windover Way Trail between State Road 50, Columbia Boulevard, and the south municipal boundary is currently used to access an arterial road. Similarly, on that same page, 243 and 244, our recommendation is as such. Approve the request to remove the concept plan and conditions adopted with this ordinance number 27, 2008 and 29, 2008 in the regional commercial zoning district. The recommendation is based upon staff analysis, information, and evidence presented, and in accordance with the City Charter of the Titusville Code of Ordinances and the LERs, Section 34-40 of the Code, the adopted comprehensive plan, and provisions of Chapter 163 and 166 of Florida statutes. I do want to refer you to page 252, and I promise I'll be quick. The applicant did provide a narrative attached to their application. They are specifically requesting to remove the prior concept plan that is impossible to be developed due to the concept plan covering properties that are owned by multiple different landowners. I'll leave it to the applicant to answer the question as to why that was placed on there in the first place. On page 256 of your packet, you'll see the concurrency analysis, and this is a preliminary concurrency analysis that we do with every rezoning, every land use, and every concept plan, master plan, or even site plan as they come in. There is a formal one that's more detailed later on, but this concurrency is based on a full build-out potential, which I already described, 30% of this property being developed for commercial and retail. And we believe that it will require a traffic study to be submitted, and it's generally consistent with the full build-out potential of the current concept plan. So based on that, we don't believe that what's being requested is much different than what is already would be approved under the current concept plan. On page 257 of your packet, you'll see an aerial of the property. It's has been scraped or has been cleared because of a prior development that was proposed many years ago. You'll see a wetland area on the south part of the property. The property has two different land uses and two different zoning. So on page 259 of your packet, you'll see the land use, which is commercial high intensity, which is consistent with all the other properties that also have commercial high intensity along this entire thoroughfare of State Road 50 and 995. The south sliver of the property has a conservation land use, although the majority of the wetland that's in the south part of the property is underneath that commercial high-intensity land use. On page 262, you'll see the rezoning map. The only portion, the map won't change. It's currently RC. The boundaries won't change. It's just the conditions will be removed. The concept plan that was approved with the rezoning in 2008 is on page 266 of your packet. And you can see the north part of that concept plan includes the property to the north. We believe that at the time this concept plan was submitted, it was not with the property owners, at least the property owner of the property to the north was not party of that application. We do not know whether they objected to this or not. The City Council approved the rezoning with the conditions with this concept plan governing both properties. So we believe that at the time, the justification was this, to allow this rezoning from tourist to RC based on this concept plan so that the applicant would work with the property owner to the north in order to develop consistent with this concept plan. The conditions specifically of the ordinances that were adopted in 2008 are on page 268 and 273 of your packet. With that, I'll try and answer any questions you have.
Can I confirm staff? Are you offering your staff report and all exhibits presented into evidence?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Member Stokel?
Yes. Brad, could you just briefly clarify the binding, the concept plan and the development agreement? So I think it's the recommendation to remove the concept plan, but is there a development agreement already in place? And is it recommended that that stays in place? If so?
We do not have a development agreement for this property. If you keep it, it does give you an advantage to negotiate a particular type of development because it is a condition that's still governing
That's what
this property.
okay, I saw. The conditions require a submittal of a development agreement, so that condition would go away. So
If it goes away, then with all the other conditions and the concept plan, then you are left with just the zoning district only.
Okay, and then my last question is, and I don't know if you can answer this, in your opinion, what can actually be developed there currently with the concept plan that's in place?
So the concept
with the
plan,
restrictions?
Sure. The concept plan to us looks like it's strictly our strip type development. So you have anchor stores, retail stores with ancillary parking to serve those stores and restaurants. That's what we see on this concept plan. That's on page 266.
Okay, so that would be the only thing that could be developed right now as you see from the planning perspective with this?
Correct. If we receive a site plan, it would have to be in general conformance with that.
Okay.
All right, thank you, Member Stokel. Applicant?
Good evening, Cole Oliver for the applicant. Business address is 516 Delanoy Avenue, Cocoa, Florida. Been here a couple times on this matter, so most of you been here tonight a couple times before you all. So first, I'd like to thank staff for their report and working with us on this application. I'd like to give a little brief history of how we got where we are and where we hope to go, and then answer any questions that you all might have. And then afterwards, we take public comment. I'd reserve the right to rebuttal on anything that's stated. So this property has been under the process of being developed since approximately 2006. The developer who put this property and Mr. Donnell's property did that back in 2006 during the big development boom that was going on in Florida. Unbeknownst to the landowners, we did not know, I wasn't here at the time, so I'll just blame my father-in-law, but did not know that a concept plan that is shown at a hearing becomes binding on the property forever going forward. That was unknown to us at the time. Hence the development agreement, which would come in and go through the process at that time. Nonetheless, the world kind of turned on us in 2008, 2009, and with the Great Recession, the person that had it under contract and had the right to come in before the city and present that concept plan dropped the contract, and is subsequently, we do not know where he is. Nonetheless, at the time of that application, the only properties that were before the city were the property that is before you tonight. So one of the arguments you'll hear tonight is that procedurally, Mr. Donnell has to be a part of this process. He wasn't a part of the process when this was put in place, and there's no reason for him to be a part of the process now. Subsequently, after the city approved the rezoning with the concept plan in place and the other conditions that were within the ordinances, the landowner received its St. John's water management permits for the filling of the wetlands and donated a couple hundred acres of wetlands to the St. John's to mitigate that, as well as keeping the 6 acres of wetlands on the south side of the property under a perpetual easement that is to the benefit of the St. John's Water Management District. Concurrent with that, the city of Titusville issued a filling permit and clearing permit based on a different concept plan that was submitted to them at that time. So we proceeded under work under that different concept plan. Again, no one had told anyone that that concept plan that was presented in 2008 is binding forever going forward without going through another public hearing. So subsequently to that, we approached the city with the Bristol project that we were before you all last year on, in which we proposed rezoning the regional commercial property to a PD zoning district. At the same time, we were going through a comp plan land use amendment. That did not meet favorably with the council or with the citizens that live in the Windover Farms area. There was extensive testimony given at that time that regional commercial was the correct zoning district for this property and that it should stay as regional commercial going forward. And the minutes speak for themselves, but that was one of the only components that the mayor stated as his vote against the project was it was regional commercial and that is the correct zoning. Now, that zoning, as we're here before you tonight, included this binding site plan that had multiple access points onto Windover Way and access onto State Road 50. I gave each of you all and Mr. Parrish a binder, and if you look at Exhibit 1, that is the 2008 concept plan that was shown to the city at the council, and so therefore under the city's code became binding. We're here before you tonight because that concept plan covers property which is not ours and cannot be developed as, because we don't have control of the property to the north. Additionally, this concept plan did not take into account the Titusville water and sewer mains that run along the north side of the property, that under the easement, if they have to be relocated, the city has to pay that cost at their expense. And the concept plan here takes no account for how the water gets drained without moving those lines. So in order to build this plan, the city would have to, at their expense, relocate the water and sewer lines. This concept plan here has, I forget the exact total number of square footage that is contained just on the Windover Farms owned piece, not Mr. Donnell's piece. If you look at Exhibit 2 in your book, there is a traffic impact analysis from the rezoning that was done for Bristol Farms. The importance of that is that this shows that the property as zoned with this site plan would generate about 8,700 trips per day. So that would be the maximum that the current site plan traffic would generate. We would propose as developers that despite whatever regional commercial would allow if it was developed more intensely, we would keep it at that same traffic number of 8,700 cars. So we would not go above what has already been approved by the city from a traffic perspective. That goes the same for the access points onto Windover Way. The existing site plan that the city has approved, the citizens have testified was correct with the access onto Windover Way, and the previous mayor testified or voted, as that was the basis for his vote against it, was it was correctly zoned, shows those two access points from our property. There are two others on the Windover Way access that would be on Mr. Donnell's property. We would propose tonight that if this finds favorable, we would limit any access on the Windover Way to those two access points. We would seek no more, which again keeps us consistent with what the city has already approved. So we're consistent with traffic, we're consistent with the access. Now, you're going to hear a couple more arguments tonight from they were in the letter you received and I received as well. And essentially they boil down to the procedural argument that this shouldn't be proceeding without Mr. Donnell's permission. Again, we've already addressed that. He wasn't a part of the initial proceeding. He wouldn't be a part of this proceeding. The second is an argument that a removal of the concept site plan would create an inconsistency in the regional commercial that wouldn't meet your code. And that's just factually incorrect. If you look at Exhibit 5, that's Section 28.315 of your code. And it states, the regional commercial district is intended to provide for intensive, highly automotive-oriented uses that require an accessible location along thoroughfares designated as arterials in the comprehensive plan and these regulations. We have the access onto an arterial road, State Road 50. The Windover Farms folks at the Planning and Zoning Committee meeting introduced a letter stating they agreed with that. To the letter you all received, they state they agreed with that. If you look down at the bottom notes, it says, the footnote 1 says, must have frontage on an arterial and higher classification thoroughfare and be located within 1,320 feet of an intersection of at least a collector road and the required frontage road. The frontage road that we abut, our property has 1,300 feet of frontage on I-95, which your code identifies as an arterial road. That is Section 9.4 of your technical manuals. And if you look at the definition of your code, that's Exhibit 6 that you have before you. It defines frontage, the second page if you flip through, as linear distance measured along abutting public right-of-ways. We directly abut I-95. And abutting, though I could find no definition in your code to what abutting is, Oxford English Dictionary states is to be next to or have a common boundary with. Merriam-Webster says to border on, to touch along an edge of the right-of-way, which we do, which is the I-95 right-of-way. Further, you're going to hear an argument that there should be no access to Windover Way, that it should only be accessed along State Road 50 as an arterial road. That's just not what your code says. Your code says an accessible location along thoroughfares designated as arterials, which we have. There's a 66-foot easement that connects to State Road 50. The citizens previously testified at the prior hearings that we should use that access. There's testimony in that hearing that they've connected with FDOT, who said they would work with us to utilize that access. And we agree, we will work with FDOT to utilize that. We know we have to have access onto State Road 50. So, and when you look at, I hate to get into being an English nerd here, but my aunt made me that way. But utilizing the word "and" is an important distinction in your code. When you look at your general rules of statutory interpretation, you look to words in a statute or code with the concept that the drafters use words knowing that what they meant and intending what they meant. If the drafters of the code intended to limit access only to the arterial roads, they would have used the word "the," which is the definite article and particularizes the subject which it precedes, as a word of limitation. "And" is not a word of limitation. So the drafters knew how to state that you can only connect to an arterial or collector road if that was their intent. To further hit on that point and to show that that is how the city has reviewed this and exercised the code in the past, if you look at Exhibit 9 of your book, this is the property that the Lowe's is on. And if you'll look at it, the regional commercial property there, the only frontage it has on public roads is on the I-95 frontage and along the western leg of, I believe that's Foley Road that comes down. So their connection is to two access local roads, one being Foley Road, one being Serpentine Road, which is the road that runs out to State Road 50. They do have access across another piece that goes up the other Foley Road and ties into, comes out by the Aldi's, if you guys are familiar with the area. So this is a property of regional commercial that the city has allowed to be built that has only frontage on I-95 and two access points onto two different local roads, consistent with my interpretation of the code. If you look at Exhibit 10, this is the Aldi's property. If you'll note, it has no access to a public road other than through an easement that comes back to the same road that is accessed through the Lowe's parcel. So it has no access points onto a collector and arterial road from its property. This would be consistent with ours. Finally, if you look at Exhibit 11 that's been provided to you, this is the Home Depot Shopping Center. They actually have no frontage on a collector arterial road at this time. Their frontage and their access points are all along Windover Trail and along Ronald McNair Way, which is not identified as a collector arterial road by your code. They have an easement that cuts through next to the Wendy's that ties into State Road 50, but they have no frontage along either of those at this point. Now, so what I'm saying is, in summary, the reading that you're being asked to as a council, that there can be no access onto a local road, is inconsistent with the plain language of your code and inconsistent with the prior practice of the city in applying it. Stepping back again, the plain language of your code says that we have the 1,300 footage of frontage along an arterial road, which is I-95. Frontage is specifically defined in your code as a budding linear. It does not say that it has to connect at that point. And then the other piece that I forgot to touch on was the 1,300, I believe it's the distance between the connection of at least the frontage road that is being addressed and the collector arterial road. And that criteria is 1,320 feet. We're within 500 feet of the collector road that ties in there. That's shown on the survey. That is Exhibit 7. And that takes us through the easement, and that gets us to that intersection. Now, you're also going to hear a lot about comprehensive plan codes. We're not asking for a comp plan change. We're not here for a future land use change. The city's already decided that this is regional commercial. At this hearing and at the hearing in July and August of last year, and in the hearing in 2008. What we're asking is to simply remove where these buildings are located on this property so that whatever buildings can come in. We're stating that we will limit the traffic to the same as is already granted by this site plan. We will limit the access to the same that is granted by this site plan. And further, I've heard some comments that there's concerns of he's doing this for a live local project. We would voluntarily put on a restriction that there will be no live local projects done on this project. So there's no concern that this is an end around to that process. Let me check my notes, but I think I'm getting to the end of mine, but I will answer any questions that you have. So again, in summary, we're consistent with the future land use that is here as the high intensity commercial. we're consistent with your regional commercial zoning requirements, and we meet every portion of the code on that. And we're going to remain consistent with the existing access points from the previously approved concept plan, and we will keep our traffic at or below the traffic that would have been generated from that plan. That said, there was one comment that was stated as to the rumors of running around the community of who it is. Previously, when I was requested to disclose, I was under an NDA and I wasn't allowed to speak of it. Tonight, I can confirm that the Starling family is looking to relocate 2 dealerships to this property. That is their intended use. Now, they cannot submit a concept site plan due to restrictions by the manufacturers who have to approve anything that goes through. And so I can state that's what their intended use is, but as the counsel for the seller, we don't want to find ourselves in this position again if for some reason the economy turns and the seller has to walk away from the contract. So we can't show you any concept plans because of the way the city code is set. All I'm asking to is give us a shot under the same traffic the city has already allowed, under the same access points the city has already allowed. And, with that, I'll take any questions you have for me now, or I can sit and wait for rebuttal.
Would council agree to wait for we hear everybody before you guys ask questions?
Yeah,
or do
it's
you have-
okay. I do have 2
Okay.
questions, which are basically legal questions. I'm sure Sarah remembers this, but it was probably 6 years ago that we said that concept plans needed to be binding because somebody came before us with a concept plan, and then what was developed was totally different. And so at that point, we said that concept plan should be binding. But what you're showing is a concept plan that was submitted before that ordinance.
I believe that the ordinance on the concept plans wasn't existent in 2008. I don't know that for sure. I
You
defer
think it
to
was-
staff on that.
It was binding at the time. The code said it would be binding.
Say again?
Correct. My understanding, and staff can confirm, I have the code in front of me, was that concept plans presented as part of a presentation, at the time this was presented, the code said they would be binding.
Okay.
I do believe
Okay.
Mr. Brim is correct that ordinance was in place at the time. Shame on the landowner and the applicant for not knowing that specifically at the time they showed
Okay,
it.
so that was, that I needed to clear up, because I was like, if you presented us with a concept plan before the ordinance went into effect, would it be binding at this point? Second question is, if this agreement did not include the guy, George, who owns the front property, how is the act of council back in 2000, was it 7? How can that be legal? Because we're binding somebody who has nothing to do with this.
The binding concept plan would be binding to the applicant. So if you wanted to get permits to construct the development pursuant to his concept plan, it'd be incumbent upon him at that time to be able to get either unity of title, purchase that property, or some other legal mechanism by which he could build on Mr. Donald's property and able to get his permits. So it wasn't binding on Mr. Donald, but the concept plan was binding on this applicant, that his rezoning was contingent on his ability to legally develop both parcels. And it would have been incumbent on him to be able to do that. So as stated, you didn't bind Mr. Donald, but you bound this applicant to use Mr. Donald's property. If he can't do that, he couldn't develop.
Okay.
That's my understanding.
Mr. Brim and I have spoken on that. I don't disagree with his analysis that Mr. Donnell would not be bound, and then we'd be in a real pickle where if he sold to someone else and they came in to develop.
Yeah. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Member Nelson. Thank you, Mr. Oliver. City Clerk, who's next?
We have the 3 speakers for Wendover. The first one's Sandra Klinger.
All right, and how much time is she getting?
I do not know.
Okay, so we
That's up to council.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Give me 1 second, Sandy. How many cards do we have yielded time?
We have, including the three that are going to speak, we have 23 cards.
Okay. Ms. Sandy,
Oh,
before we
sorry,
get started.
24.
All right. Before we get started, are you taking the majority of the time, a third of the time?
Majority of the time. Mayor, can I ask a question real quick? Mostly, and this will be mostly for Sandra and the speakers. For me, just because I've been heavily involved with this project and I can't speak for the rest of the council, going back, when we had the discussion over multifamily versus commercial, there was a lot on commercial and this being the appropriate use. So it would be beneficial for me if you could highlight if you guys are still in agreement with it being commercial, and if so, what are the main concerns that are faced? So, thank you.
All right, thank you, Member Stokel. If my math is correct, I believe the three of them have 72 minutes,
It won't be that long.
right?
No,
So,
It won't be
that's
that
up
long.
to council. We technically don't have a rule where, you know, you could bring 100 people and they all give 3 minutes.
Yeah.
But understand they would have spokespersons.
Okay.
And they certainly would be entitled to more time than the three. So
I know,
you
but
might
they-
want to ask them, is it
they
20
yield-
minutes, 30 minutes? What do they want as representatives to speak?
I understand that, but
Okay.
they all yielded their time, so I'm just tallying up the total, and then I would need council to agree to, you know, waive the rules of council and allow this to go down, correct?
Sure, to have the representatives, and then curious as far as how many representatives do we have and how they wanted to divide that time.
I just want to make sure we get to it.
Have folks here that are ready to raise their hand if you want to do it in 3-minute increments and say, I yield my time.
We had them sign cards. I just want to know how to break it up between the three of you to make sure, you know, we kept good track of that stuff, so. Member Nelson?
So my question, Sandra, my question
Okay, that's why I'm
is,
trying to figure out how much time the other speakers would need. You know,
if we said everybody, total time is 20 minutes, 30 minutes, how much time do you need? How much time do the others need?
Yeah.
That would be helpful.
You said, how many? So 10 minutes, I think 20 minutes maximum for me, hopefully 15. I'm going to try to.
Okay. I was
I'd say
wondering
just give them
because-
up to an hour, even though they won't use it, because that's the amount of cards that we
I
have.
just didn't want, you know, you to talk and be really passionate, and then all of a sudden it got to them, and I hate to be the bad guy and go, oh, y'all are out of time, you know what I mean?
Understand.
Especially went through this thing, so.
I would suggest 30 minutes, 40 minutes
For me?
for the three of you, so 15 for you.
Oh, no. Yeah, I would just move to give them up to an hour. I don't think they'll take that much time, but that's how much with the cards.
Between the
And
three of them.
that would be my motion.
Second.
I have a motion, I have a second, any further discussion? All those, did you have discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Thank you very much. You have the floor.
Sandra Klinger, 2680 Bobcat Trail. We have submitted written comment letter that you all stated that you received, consolidating our position on the requested rezoning and updated and expanded on our previously written comments for rezoning 1, 2025. Wendover Farms community has consistently participated in public hearings related to development plans on the subject property that affect development density, traffic, noise, public safety, quality of life for our residents, or negatively impact our community's character. We have strenuously and consistently voiced our support for the city's existing adopted policies that are intended to prohibit access for high-intensity commercial or high-density residential land use from being located and receiving access onto local roads, like Wendover Way. Wendover Way is different than all of the other local roads described by the applicant. Wendover Way is the main access point for a 600-home residential community. It is not a local road built to access commercial development, like every other road mentioned. We care a lot about it. This is how we come and go from our homes. So when we see orange signs go up on Wendover Way, we pay attention. When I first heard about this request to remove the concept plan, my initial thought was, wow, finally, this might be one we don't have to object to. But then we looked into it. And we would not object to it so long as the removal did not create or cause a violation of the city's comprehensive plan policies, land development regulations, or cause the necessity of a variance to those laws.
A particular concern for us is the potential to circumvent the requirement of high-density or high-intensity commercial or high-density residential developments from gaining access on a local road. Instead, they should be placed on collector or arterial roads. Based upon the Planning Department staff report, the applicant is requesting the removal of existing concept plan for 25.9 acres of the property included in the concept plan, and the conditions adopted with Ordinance 27, 2008, 29, 2008, and retain the existing regional commercial zoning and open space and recreation zoning established under those ordinances. Removing a concept plan for a development no longer viable seems pretty straightforward and easy to understand. But in this case, it is not as simple as just removing the concept plan. You have to understand and consider the role that very concept plan played in the consideration and approval of the adopted regional commercial zoning that occurred on the subject property in 2008. According to the staff report, the subject property's concept plan has a unified commercial retail strip center on the subject property and neighboring property to the north, owned by Mr. Donnell. The application to remove the concept plan effectively decouples these two properties. The removal of the concept plan removes the linkage to its north that provides the lot width frontage onto State Road 50, an arterial road. This would cause the subject property to no longer be in compliance with the LDR zoning district standards for regional commercial. Subsequently, changes to the conditions under which the RC zoning substantially changes the conditions under which the RC zoning was approved by council in 2008. This creates policy noncompliance problems under the LDR requirements for regional commercial related to lot width requirements and location proximity to collector road intersections. So we have submitted in our package some 2008 rezoning facts and evidence. In 2008, the applicant requested a rezoning from tourist to regional commercial on the subject property within the context of a multi-parcel unified concept plan submitted as part of the rezoning application. Included in the concept plan was the Wendover Farms Inc. property, 25.9 acres, and 6.94 acres of Mr. Donnell's property to the north. Mr. Donnell's property provided needed direct frontage on State Road 50, an arterial roadway, and already had the regional commercial zoning in place since 1998. You can see Exhibit C in our packet. The inclusion of this property was of particular importance during the city's rezoning hearing because the lot to the north provided that minimum lot width frontage on the arterial road. The fact that the city relied on the multi-parcel concept plan during the hearing to rezone the subject property from tourist to regional commercial is provided in the following records of fact. The applicant's submitted concept plan included the subject parcel of 6.95 acres of Mr. Donnell's trust. See Exhibit D. The staff report to council agenda package for the August 28th, 2008 public hearing on page 154 of 499 under staff analysis included the statement, the concept plan proposes 2 restaurants along the northern area and will be designed around the existing gas station, which is also proposed to be remodeled in the near future. See Exhibit E. In the staff report to council, staff conditioned their recommendation of approval on a unity of title being provided. Minutes from the August 28th, 2008 City Council meeting, public hearing on this rezoning, the stated ordinance 28-2008 and 29-2008 changed rezoning from tourist to regional commercial and was stated to include a total acreage of approximately 32 acres, which is the total of the subject property plus Mr. Donnell's property. The applicant, Wendover Farms, was requesting an amendment on the property located near the intersection of I-95 and State Road 50 They're proposing a retail shopping center, and it would encompass approximately 32 acres. While Mr. Oliver stated they had no idea why the other landowner was included and seemed confused, or stated that there was no knowledge on their part. In fact, at the August 28th, 2008 public hearing, Mr. Swan, the landowner, spoke in favor of the adoption of the rezoning for the concept plan. He knew, he was there in person and spoke in favor of it. That's Exhibit F. Parcel and zoning maps show the Donnell Trust property, zoned portion of the property in the north, provided the 200-foot wide lot width, aerial frontage for regional commercial zoning. Removing the concept plan creates a non-compliance problem for the subject property to meet the regional commercial zoning district standards alone without the property to the north. The purpose of regional commercial zoning is to provide intensive, highly automotive-oriented uses that require accessible location along thoroughfares designated as arterials in the comprehensive plan and land development regulations. Having a side of your property up at I-95 is fantastic. Let them put their access point there then. But can't do that, can you? No. So that does not meet the intent of that in policy. The purpose, let's see, the specific regional commercial zoning district standards in LDR 28315 require a minimum of 200 feet lot width frontage on an arterial roadway and be located within 1,320 feet of an intersection of at least a collector and arterial road. This matches with the described use for regional commercial as being highly automotive. You would want it on arterial roads. You would want it near high traffic intersections. The regional commercial zoning, lot width, and aerial road frontage requirement is only met when the subject property is combined with Mr. Donnell's property. The subject property does have a 66-foot wide easement access for State Road 50, but that does not meet the regional commercial zoning district lot width frontage as required for arterial roads. There are any number of different zoning districts, commercial zoning, that would not create the noncompliance issue had the applicant's zoning request to remove the concept plan also included a change to a different zoning district that could perhaps also meet their proposed plan that we just heard about tonight. It is understandable that the applicant wants to remove the 2008 concept plan because that development is no longer viable. However, the regional commercial zoning district standards that they asked to be put on their property cannot be met by the subject property alone without linkage to the property to the north. The Planning and Zoning Commission discussed the regional commercial zoning district noncompliance issues that would be created by removal of the concept plan in detail. Ultimately, they voted to deny the requested application, with all but one member voting to deny. The one member who did not vote to deny said he didn't understand the issues, so was going to vote in favor. We have other ongoing issues and concerns regarding staff's discussion and description of allowing high-intensity commercial and high-intensity residential developments along local roads. The Wendover Farms community strongly objects to the assertion in the Planning Department staff report that access from a regionally commercial zoned high-intensity commercial property should be permitted onto Wendover Way, a local road that has a limited right-of-way width of 50 feet in violation of the comprehensive plan and LDRs. Wendover Way's right-of-way width actually shrinks as it approaches State Road 50, and it is bound by the adjacent community commercial property on both sides of the road, the two gas stations that are brought up as justifying putting more commercial access points further up Wendover Way. They fail to mention that those two are actually exist at the intersection of Wendover Way and State Road 50, not further up Wendover Way. Let's see. Oh, that's an Exhibit G in our packet. In addition, with signal placement closer to Interstate 95, it is unlikely that Wendover Way will ever be a candidate for signalization to accommodate traffic from a development with higher intensity commercial or residential zoning. It is concerning that staff continues to push a functional use narrative at these meetings. This has no basis in policy and is encouraging continued development actions in violation of both the comprehensive plan and LDRs. There is nothing in the city's adopted policy or in any way that supports locating high-intensity commercial or high-density residential zoning on local roads and diverting all of that associated traffic onto a local road. There are important and well-supported reasons why the comprehensive plan and LDR policies direct more intensive commercial and high-density residential away from local roads, and why the existing roadway classification and their underlying engineering right-of-way standards exist. The Planning Department staff report on page 6, lines 5 through 8, claims without any policy support, the segment of Wendover Way between State Road 50 and the southeast corner of the subject property may be utilized to access the arterial. This is in complete violation of Comprehensive Plan, FLU Policy 1.9.1, Policy 1.9.9, LDR Section 28-315, and LDR Development Review Procedures Manual, Sections 9.4 and 9.5. Equally nonsensical is comparison of the segment of Wendover Way from the subject property to State Road 50 and the segment of Wendover Trail from south of the municipal boundary to State Road 405. The fallacy of this argument is plainly clear when you look at these two roadway segments factually. Prior to 2007, I would agree with them. In 2007, Wendover Trail and Wendover Way were both two-lane roads with similar right-of-way widths. Until that time, commercial development had frontage access on State Road 405. Then in mid-2007, the Home Depot, Petco, Target commercial developments happened. And concurrent with those developments, Wendover Trail was widened from 2 lanes to 4 lanes for this road segment. See Exhibit H. This type of roadway widening with multiple lanes, turn lanes, and the ability to signalize the intersection with the arterial roadway is just not possible at Wendover Way and State Road 50, unless the city plans on exercising eminent domain and can convince the Florida Department of Transportation to revise signal placement along State Road 50. The comprehensive plan and LDR policies referenced in our submitted document are good governance and protects residential communities on local roads from increased traffic impacts, including quality of life, from a high number of trips generated from new high-intensity commercial and high-density residential development. It is a sound approach and good public policy to direct high-intensity commercial development to larger roads with wider road widths to accommodate turn lanes that protect traffic flow and where signalization can be employed to keep traffic moving. We don't object to the development of this property. I know it probably feels like that. I honestly, when I first heard this, I was like, oh, yay, okay, great. But when you look at your policy, this was adopted as a joint project. It was reviewed under that context. It was approved under that context. Now we're talking about pulling out a portion of that. And the applicant has said he would generously keep the number of trips to the same for the whole thing, just from his portion of the property. I'm not sure how that's generous. The subject property, when viewed alone, just does not meet the regional commercial zoning district standards for lot width and frontage on an arterial roadway without the inclusion of the Donnell Trust property to the north. Its removal would create noncompliance with the LDRs and changes the entire context under which the regional commercial zoning was approved for the subject property in 2008. Therefore, it should not be approved as submitted because the applicant's property alone does not meet the regional commercial zoning district standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
The next card is Kristen Bolin. Lindsay Grizzle. She's the third one.
Good evening, Lindsay Grizzle, 2605 Gator Trail. The City Council meeting on March 11th, this team rejected the Planning and Zoning Commission request to modify the comprehensive plan, the future land use element, policy 1.9.1. That requires high-intensity commercial development to be located on interior or collector roadway. They wanted to add flexibility to the locational criteria so that beyond roadway classifications, certain roadway characteristics and functionality could allow for commercial land use. Well, you voted to reject the revising this policy. So had you not done that, I guarantee you that this segment, at least of Wendover Way, would be among the first local roads that would have characterized, that the staff would have tried to characterize as functionally able to act as a collector. Section 28.315A describes the regional commercial district is intended to provide for intensive, highly automotive purposes, oriented uses that require an accessible location along thoroughfares designated as arterials. Period. Staff's response in their report directly related to the subject property in this particular LDR section. They said there are commercially zoned and developed properties that use the same local roadway segments as a means to access an arterial. There are other local road segments with similar zoning and commercial developments in the area. The segment of Wendover Trail between State Road 405, which is Columbia Boulevard, and the south municipal boundary is currently used to access arterial roads. Bringing up other non-compliant examples should not be an argument for further non-compliant actions. Even still, staff for this SSA tonight, in their staff report during prior P&Z meetings and the first meeting, they have attempted to use this certain roadway characteristics and functionality to allow commercial land use onto the local road. They're still trying to use this even though you clearly rejected modifying the policy 1.9.1. On March 19th, when the staff team was questioned about by the Planning Commission about their recommendations for this SSA that would create a nonconformity issue, their response was to bring up other parcels in the surrounding area that are in noncompliance related to land use and access to an arterial collector roadway and frontage. The road segments they are using as justification are noncompliant road segments that are classified as local but have commercial access points. They brought up Wendover Trail, at that time Ronald McNair Way, and later Hauser Boulevard. Those are the ones specifically mentioned. Mr. Oliver brought up other ones tonight. Using roads that are in violation as further justification for making violations shouldn't be occurring in the first place, but let's look at these particular roads that will surely be brought up again in staff's attempt to compare their function to Wendover Way. The actual current design, as Sandy said, to the purpose of Wendover Trail was to support commercial traffic. This segment of the road widens, as you can see in that image, and has turn lanes and has controlled intersection at 407, or Walmart intersection. Wendover Trail is not similar to Wendover Way. Plus non-residents do not drive into Wendover via Wendover Trail. Non-residents don't use Wendover Trail to come out onto State Road 50. Someone would not go south on Wendover Trail to get to Highway 50, as opposed to commercial traffic coming onto the segment of Wendover Way that we're talking about. That would surely generate commercial traffic through our neighborhood and to other commercial destinations like Target and Walmart. Wendover Way is not functionally similar to Wendover Trail. and should not be able to be used as justification for further nonconformity. And the segments like this should have been classified as collector in the first place, if they meet the criteria. For Ronald McNair Way, this is not at all similar to Wendover Way in its function. It's a 0.1 mile segment with its purpose adjoining the two collector roads, 405 and 50. There's yielding and merge lanes there. Ronald McNair Way currently provides access points to busy McDonald's and Home Depot, and there's no residential area right there. Doesn't make sense why staff would use these road segments as evidence for functional equivalence to Wendover Way. Last one is Hauser Boulevard. That was brought up by staff. Again, non-compliant use and an error may be made during classification, but the road functions as a collector road, which is not similar in characteristics to our segment of Wendover. The sole use, again, for this Hauser Road is to support commercial traffic coming into commercial type destinations. It's a very wide road and actually acts as the collector for the hotels and restaurants, and that's both the Cracker Barrel side and the Durango side. It should not be compared to Wendover Way. It's not functionally similar, if that's the angle that staffing team is trying to play, using Hauser as an example. The staff has used past erroneous development approvals to justify worsening the problem by putting even more development in violation of your comp plan on local roads instead of ensuring that new development is fully in compliance with the zoning that is on the property. If the dissolution of the plan is granted, the property will be aggregated from the northern property. How are they going to remain in compliance with the frontage onto Highway 50? We would not be objecting if the applicant was requesting removal of this concept plan and concurrently was requesting a zoning that was more appropriately fitting to this property, standing alone without their adjoining frontage on State Road 50. Thank you.
Thank you. And City Clerk, can you call the name, please?
The last card is Christine Boland.
Thank you.
Christine Boland, 2755 Armadillo Trail. All right. First, I want to make it clear that Wendover is not opposed to responsible development on Mr. Swan's property, as long as it aligns with the city's land development regulations and comprehensive plan. The main concern here is not development itself, but the scale and nature of what's being proposed. I think one of the biggest issues with the property in question is that it does not support the level of commercial value that's being suggested. Zoning it for something that is a lower intensity and allows access onto Wendover Way is really what's appropriate, even if that doesn't maximize financial return for Mr. Swan. Sometimes that's just the reality of land use planning. I understand that Mr. Swan's attorney, Cole Oliver, who is also his son-in-law, is advocating strongly on his behalf. That's his role. But your role as our elected officials is to uphold the rules and regulations that were established to protect the integrity of our city's development process. We trust that given all the information before you, you will do just that. I also want to raise a broader concern regarding city staff. Staff members are employed by the city. They work for the public, not for private applicants. Yet time and time again, we've seen staff attempting to reinterpret, bend, or even propose changes to the rules in ways that seem to benefit select individuals. This erodes public trust. For example, the effort to use instances of commercial access onto local roads that Lindsay brought up, where those projects were arguably non-compliant or not even comparable, to justify setting a new precedent is troubling. Creating citywide ordinance changes just to enable one project's success is not sound policy. It's not fair to residents, and it's not the kind of planning that serves our long-term interests. I urge you to look closely at the facts, see through the smoke and mirrors, the semantics, the I-95 frontage, that's semantics, and protect the integrity of the process by voting to deny this request. I know it can be a thankless job that you all do, but we truly appreciate your due diligence, and thank you for your time and for your service to our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No other cards, right, City Clerk? No, sir. All right, Mr. Oliver?
All right, thank you for your time tonight. I won't be long in closing, as I know you have a lot more business tonight. But kind of working backwards from the speakers there. Our last speaker asked, the semantics of the code and your road public trust. The code's the code. It specifically states frontage along an arterial road, which we have and we have shown you. There's nowhere in the code that says that regional commercial cannot connect to local roads. They did not once show you that tonight. I gave you your code and showed it to you. It says and access onto arterial road. So we meet that. We have shown you that. So the next part is the argument that we're trying to show you other examples of noncompliance as reasons why this one should be approved. That's flipping it. That's not correct. What we're showing you is that our interpretation of the code is the correct interpretation. I've shown you both grammatically with the code itself and with the prior interpretation of the code. They're asking you to apply the code in a non-compliant way. So again, I repeat, they've shown you nothing in the code that says that these projects cannot connect to a local road. It just requires an access to a collector arterial road. To the initial comments on the public safety and traffic concerns, we will meet all the codes and regulations that are set forth by the city on that. We're not seeking any variances. We've not asked for any. And there was a comment that this is the main access point to Wendover Farms subdivision. There are 4 access points to Wendover Farms. There are others. This is not the main access. It's not even the only access. There's 4 others, one of them being, as they have testified, a 4-lane road with signalization. Then the broader issue is the decoupling the property and how this no longer fits your regional commercial code. If you look at the site plan that was approved based on the 32 acres that were shown, though it's not what was applied for within there, we meet the same portion. We're seeking the same access points on the Wendover Way that was approved by the city, the same access points that were onto the collector road of State Road 50. We have the same frontage along the arterial road of I-95. We're not asking to change anything other than the buildings internal to the property. We'll meet all of the codes that the city has as it relates to setbacks, vegetative screening, and everything else. We just would like to use the property as regional commercial as it's already zoned without the prior conditions that were put in place in the 2008 hearing. And again, I repeat the prior concessions that, though they don't act like they're concessions, that we have proposed, that we would limit traffic so we don't exceed the traffic that was approved in the prior concept plan. We won't seek any additional access points that weren't approved in the prior concept plan. And we also volunteered to voluntarily restrict doing any live local projects so that there's no concern that this is an end around your code. With that, I don't have anything further to say. Oh, excuse me, one last point. When I said there was no knowledge of the concept plan, of course we knew there was knowledge of a concept plan being presented. What we didn't know is the city had a code that said concept plan becomes binding in the application of the property in the future, no matter what. I've done this for almost 20 years. This is the only city or county that I know of that has that in their code. Otherwise, why would you call it a concept plan when you show up at a hearing? So I didn't say Mr. Swan didn't have any knowledge of the concept plan. He had no idea that said concept plan would become binding forever in the future. And with that, I will close my arguments. But to the extent that you all have any questions, I'm happy to try to answer them as best I can.
Thank you, Mr. Oliver. Vice Mayor Cole.
Yes, Cole, do you have any estimate of what our tax revenue would be if that facility that you mentioned is built there?
So again, without having the concept plans done, I don't know exactly what the taxable value would be. What I do know is that individual car dealerships, and we're talking about 2 going in here, individual ones, depending on size and where they are within the county, have ranged between about 60,000 each up to 150, 175,000 each. And, so that would be approximate. I don't know what Mrs. Blickley is going to estimate them at, but that's the average I've seen across the county.
Okay.
Thank you. Member Stokel.
Yes, 2 questions. One, I think you said it already, it was brought up that variances would be needed, and I think you said you would not, or you're not requesting any variances or don't foresee any variances
We're
needed.
not seeking any variances.
Okay. And then 2, since, we've been working on this project, when it was proposed for multifamily, we said we wanted commercial. During trying to get commercial to potentially go into this piece of property and considering that the concept plan prior was primarily retail, do you have any history on trying to get retail there while you're trying to find somebody to purchase the property?
Yeah, we've had it on the market. Excuse me. We've had it on the market ever since 2009 when the contract was dropped. We received no interest in it for commercial as it was designed. And I can't tell you if the lack of interest was the location or the lack of interest was not having an appetite to come and the length of time it takes to go through these hearings to try to get that in place, to remove the concept plan so that those people can do it. When we came before you with the Bristol Development Group seeking the PD rezoning and comp plan change, those gentlemen were the first that had come along with a serious, that we considered a serious buyer. And they spent in excess of $200,000 trying to get the engineering and all the work done to get that project approved. So that's just giving you a flavor of the constraints that it puts on the marketability of the property when anyone that's coming in has to go through that scope and scale of work to try to remove the concept plan and move forward with some sort of rezoning.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Member Stokel. Any further questions?
Mayor,
Yes.
may I respond to some of the comments that were made?
Sure.
I do want to remind you about the Planning and Zoning Commission's denial. They recommended denial on the basis that there's no clear path forward on the utilization of the property once this has been approved. In other words, conformity to access on the property and conformity to the lot within the zoning district and the separation and dissolution of the plan would create at least one non-conforming issue or present a violation of the rule upon adoption of the change. So that was P&Z's recommendation. So I just want to remind you of that. Mr. Cole is asking for 2 access points. I'm not sure if that means he's asking for condition or just allowance for that site plan. So if this rezoning is approved with all these conditions and the concept plan removed, you'll go forward with a site plan application, an engineered plan, which means it would have to go through an administrative process. Removal of the plan and all conditions will leave staff having to approve or deny an access point. We'll have to make that call unless there's some condition describing how that would be done with this rezoning. This will be for a commercial development onto Windover Way. Most likely, if we do receive a site plan for a commercial development, will require a traffic study and some kind of statement as to what kind of improvements might need to be put onto Windover Way, at least that segment of Windover Way, allowing this development to access Windover and to empty onto State Road 50. That could mean a variety of things. Turn lanes, widening the road, improving the segment there. That happens all the time throughout the city when we approve site development permits. That access a roadway emptying out onto a major road, or even onto adjacently to a major road. Staff does not have the luxury of second-guessing this council or the past council's decisions as far as consistency review of a land use or a rezoning. So we have to look at your decisions as far as whether you decide that this rezoning is appropriate on this property, and we have to look at your past ones too. Not just this council, but past councils to determine what is appropriate. So if it is left up to us to make that determination, that's what we have to look at. To think otherwise would mean that we have the authority to second guess and somehow say that council was wrong. Council is the ultimate authority of what is consistent. The width of this, what I would call a feeder road, this segment of Windover Way, and this is true of some of the other local roads, like Windover Trails, and the roads on that empty, allow some commercial developments to empty out onto a state road, is that it might have to be widened or improved with the submittal of the site plan. We'll review it at that time as far as engineering. Windover Way is not an exception to this. The binding concept rule was in effect as far back as we can see as 2008. In 2008, the city relied on the concept plan to approve the rezoning as consistent with the commercial high-intensity land use and the regional commercial zoning that we see from the record. The functional use narrative that was presented here, there's no such statement. We've never mentioned anything like that. But I can say this about concurrency. If you're not familiar with concurrency, it means that we have to abide by state law, making sure that there's enough capacity on our roads to handle growth. One way you do that is not by emptying all traffic out immediately onto a major road, because what you do is you cause that road to fail functionally, to fail its level of service standard quicker than you would otherwise need to allow that to happen. You make sure you have other development standards in place, such as adjacency and consolidating commercial developments together, access points, cross-access, shared driveways, shared private drives, shared public roadways, shared segments, in order to empty out and use that same roadway to empty out onto a collector and have cross-access points. That helps you maintain your level of service standard on your roadways. The code does require cross-access points between adjacent commercial developments. So this might be a requirement at the time of site plan submittal. And making all retail to have individual driveways is not a good planning practice. Using shared driveways in existing road segments are optimal. Just for the record, I have to say I disagree with the assertion that the rezoning violates the comprehensive plan, as I stated before. Policy 1.9.1 of the future land use element addresses the convenient and direct access statement. This is a policy not intended to be applied as a regulatory standard as you see typically in our land development regulations. Rather, as a policy guide guiding the location of development. If you look on page 259 of your packet, you'll see the land use categories there and how they're consolidated there. You'll see the properties adjacent or not adjacent immediately to I-95 or State Road 50. It is a thoroughfare. These are able to directly access the main thoroughfare, either through each other's properties or through shared driveways or shared segments of local roads, and with cross-access points. Policy 1.9.9A of the comprehensive plan, future land use element, states near intersections and clustered development of commercial developments. Again, look at page 259 of your packet, and you'll see consolidated clustered commercial development and land uses near intersections. Staff also, finally, is in no way working for any particular developer. I just want to make that clear. We try our best to objectively review applications as they are presented. We work with applicants to determine the best paths forward for what they're proposing, and a lot of times that doesn't work out. A lot of applications, a lot of proposals are not even brought up to you, and so you're not aware of them. So I just want to make that clear. I'll try and answer any questions you have further.
Member Moscoso?
Sure. Are there other options for zoning that would help this to be compatible with our comprehensive plan?
Do you mean other zoning districts?
Other zoning districts.
There are other zoning districts that probably could work here. The other commercial zoning districts are community commercial, tourist, neighborhood commercial, and office professional.
Would low-intensity commercial be an option here, where it would comply with our comprehensive plan?
Are you referring to the land use category?
Yes, sorry.
Commercial low intensity possibly could work here, yes.
Okay. And that would have access to a local road, so it would be compatible, correct?
Again, that council would have to determine what that would be appropriate. So if you see that the current land use on the property, which is not part of the request tonight, is not compatible, then you would have to go through a process to see about amending the comprehensive plan.
Sure. I just want to make it clear there are other options.
Yes.
Thank you.
Member Nelson?
But Brad, I also understand what you're saying is the idea that traffic goes out on a local road to get to that collector road is acceptable.
We have seen that in other places. So if they see this particular segment, if you look on page 259 of your packet, you'll see a segment there of Windover Way. And you have commercial developments or commercially zoned properties along that segment, which would have to, in some cases, do not have immediate direct access to State Road 50. So if we receive an application for development on there, we would determine that that land use and that zoning was applied on that property appropriately by City Council at the time whenever that happened.
Okay.
We would look at the comprehensive plan and other policies to see if there's anything else that may intercede in their ability to develop on there, including the code,
Okay.
and determine what they can and cannot do. Determine what that path is, and that might be an administrative process through site plan, or it might require them to have to go through a public hearing, whether that's a rezoning or maybe a comprehensive plan amendment. That really
Okay.
depends on what's being proposed.
Second question, would a development agreement be good for this piece of property?
A development agreement would give you, it's an extra tool that you could use to negotiate with the property owner as far as what that development might be. So it's kind of a contract, if you will. Typically, you see those development agreements as more or less laying out the phasing of a development, schedule and timing. And it may include an exhibit such as a master plan or a more detailed concept plan associated with it.
Okay.
Thank you, Member Nelson. Seeing no further discussion, I'm gonna, who jumped in? Oh,
If I may.
sorry.
Mr. Paris was, stating if we were on the access points, what we were trying to do is limit it, so there would be no more than the two. We're okay with that being a condition moving forward. We're okay with the condition of a traffic study being conducted. We did that previously. And if we can't meet the concurrency, whoever develops at that time is going to have to meet the city's codes and regulations to bring those roads into concurrency. To the point on the cross-access, we already share cross-access with our neighbor to the north. That's our access out to State Road 50, in and out of State Road 50 there. So we share access with them already. And we're going to be utilizing that one point there along with the Windover Way to move the cars in and out in an efficient, safe manner. And there was a question on the zoning district that would be compatible. I think that presupposes that the existing zoning regional commercial is not compatible with the future land use, which it is.
Is that-
Nothing further,
okay.
sorry.
Thank you. Seeing any further discussion? All right, I don't see none. I'm gonna close the public hearing at this point in time. Thank you for all the testimony, and now I'll entertain a motion from council.
My
Member.
motion would be,
Can we have discussion?
Yeah.
That's what we just did.
Sorry, I have a few more things. I just want to state that I think this is kind of opening up Pandora's box, because what we're allowing is the developer to ultimately define what our code means and to interpret it instead of clearly looking at, I feel like, what our code says. And so this isn't just a decision on this property. This is going to affect multiple properties. So what is going to stop the next developer from coming in and saying, well, that they said that was a collector and arterial, or that it could go out on a local road. So I think this is a very, we just really need to think about this. I would like to read something. I think this was from Ms. Klinger, and it says it's the city's responsibility to ensure compliance of new development with their existing policies, grandfather them in if they predated the policy, or redevelop the roadway to meet the engineering standards and definition of established adopted policies. Staff are using past and persistent violations as justification for more policy violations going forward. So I think this is more than just this project. This is going to have far-reaching consequences.
Thank you, Member Moscoso. Member Nelson?
I would agree, but I think this is something that has, excuse me, I think this is a precedent that has gone back many, many years. This has been the interpretation by staff of this particular part of the comp plan, the code. And so that was one of the reasons I suggested maybe we'll look at how we define these roads, because we don't have a definition. So if you want to change it, then that's something we need to look at changing.
I mean, I
It
think
takes change.
She has the floor.
Sorry.
Member Nelson, you have the floor. Are you done? All right, Member Stokel?
Yeah, I've thought about this project for a lot in this piece of property. For me, I think it's our role as council to interpret our comp plan. And so when we're talking about the access, and we've had several projects regarding access, this one to me, I don't see an issue with the access points, primarily because when you do look at, as Brad mentioned, page 259, you're surrounded by major roads. Like, the intent, in my opinion, from the code is you would have to drive through a local road to get to said car dealership, commercial, whatever it may be, which you will not have to do with this. It is right off of 50. So to me, the access is not an issue. Again, going back, for me, it's always been about what is the appropriate use for here. And again, looking at 259, you are surrounded by commercial high intensity. Like that has always been my number one thing. So I think for us, at least for me, we have two options. One, we could maybe add some conditions for the applicant that would, that any council member felt was needed, or two, I would say remove the conditions. It's regional commercial. I'm happy with it being commercial. I would like to have retail. That would be my want. But again, as a council person, I have to make sure I balance out addressing the community and respecting like what the community wants versus also respecting an applicant and owning a piece of property. And so for this one, it's strongly commercial in my opinion. And like I said, I would like it to be more retail. But I think given the situation, the facts that we were presented, those are the only two options I see.
Thank you, Member Stokel. Member Moscoso, you have the floor.
yes, I think if they could have access to 50, but where 50 is, it's so close to 95. I really see that being an issue, and I think that's a big part of it. Is I highly doubt, and I don't know that FDOT's going to give them permission to have that entrance there. So I don't see that. So I think that for me, that's what I'm seeing is it's all coming out on a local road. I mean, it would be nice if it could go out on 50, but I don't think that would be a good idea either.
Member Nelson?
And I think I would like to get rid of the one condition, the concept plan, and maybe leave the development agreement in. And I don't know how Mr. Oliver feels about it.
You know, the development agreement conceptually, I don't really have a problem with. The bigger issue I have is that twofold. One, there's no standards. So when we come back in with a development agreement, we don't really know what we're working with in said development agreement. And two, you know, it's another 6 to 8 months before someone can cut loose, go into the engineering process and everything else. And they have no guidelines on what may or may not be approved. At the development, as the staff report stated, the development agreement is usually in place to protect the developer. So if the city has rules that change later in the future that cause more restrictions, they're bound into what those rules were at that time, which is there's some other projects in the city that have development agreements that have vested rights due to those development agreements. So that's my concern on using a development agreement.
So maybe without the development agreement, but I'm okay with removing the restrictions.
Thank you, Member Nelson. Member Moscoso?
I just want to know, are we agreeing that frontage is able to be interpreted as being on I-95? That's do you guys all agree that that is considered frontage on I-95? I don't personally agree with that. I'm just curious how you guys feel. Yes, no.
I sort of feel like if we don't define it, I'm sorry.
We don't really need to get in back and forth. Everybody can say
Okay.
their piece. And I would like to entertain a motion. I see the discussion has reached its end point.
Mayor, can I just
Yes.
want to point out again, this is quasi judicial, so.
Absolutely.
Whatever the motion is, whether it's approval, denial with conditions as quasi, there needs to be appropriate findings. So I suggest if you're, when we do that, findings for approval, denial, whatever your basis is, comprehensive plan, code, that would be appropriate discussion.
Thank you very much. So if you are making a motion for or against, make sure you have a good reason.
Okay, motion to approve ordinance number 12-2025, amending the zoning map by removing the previous conditions of approval originally applied by ordinance number 27-2008 and 29-2008, based on the evidence presented today and the staff report.
Second.
I'm sorry, could I ask, I didn't hear, did you say the rezoning number, but did you also say the ordinance number?
Did you say the ordinance number?
Yeah, ordinance number 12-2025.
Okay.
Yep.
Are you satisfied, City Attorney?
Well, I'm going to make sure if those are her findings to support, and we have the
I was
ordinance.
just making sure that she got the ordinance numbers correct and you were
Okay.
good with that. All right.
It is ordinance 12-2025.
Second.
I just have a motion from Member Nelson. I have a second from Vice Mayor Cole. Any further discussion? City Clerk, call the roll, please.
Mayor Connors,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cole,
Yes.
Member Stokel,
Yes.
Member Moscoso,
No.
Member Nelson.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. City Manager.
Moving on to ordinance, first reading. Wait for everyone to leave.
1 minute.
Do you guys want to take a quick break? Not everybody's piling out apparently.
You can read this one.
Yeah. I think we're okay.
It feels like yes, they yell because everybody's talking.
Maybe 5 minutes. Take a 5-minute break.
I'll read the block. You read this.
Hey guys, we're still in a meeting, so if you guys are filing out, please do it quietly.
No, we're on this one.
Guys in the front row, thank you. City Manager, let's continue.
Ordinance number 13-2025, revoking ad valorem tax abatement for Bricks Project Brewery LLC and recovery of abated taxes. And this is to approve the ad valorem exemption for the portion of the tax year that Bricks Project LLC was in compliance of the ordinance number 27-2015, collect the amount of $4,347.79 for the portion of the tax year that Bricks Project Brewery was out of compliance due to the transfer of ownership, and terminate the ad valorem abatement and approve related ordinance number 13-2025.
Ordinance number 13-2025, an ordinance of the City of Titusville, Florida, revoking the economic development ad valorem tax abatement to Bricks Project Brewery LLC and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, City Attorney. City Clerk, are there any cards on this?
We had one card and Mr. Johnson has left, I believe.
All right, seeing none. City Manager.
Oh. Do you want a motion?
This is first reading.
Oh, first.
Yeah. So yeah, make a motion to let's continue. City Manager, there was no cards. We're moving on. We just did a first reading. That was the quickest first reading, I think, in the history.
Sorry, first reading. Moving on, 10B, ordinance number 14-2025, providing for appeals of boards of adjustments and Board of Adjustments and Appeals decisions to be heard by the City Council.
And this is a first reading of ordinance number 14-2025, an ordinance of the City of Titusville, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances by amending Section 3155, Appeal to Decision of the Board of Adjustment and Appeals, to be renamed Appellate Review of Decision of the Board of Adjustment and Appeals, by providing that decisions of the Board of Adjustments and Appeals may be appealed to the City Council, by amending Chapter 34 Procedures, Article 5 Variances and Appeals, by adding a new Division 10 Appeals to the City Council, including applicability, notice requirements, by amending Development Review Procedures Manual Section 17.4 Board of Adjustments and Appeal Fees, providing for repeal of conflicting ordinances, severability, and providing for an effective date.
All right, Member Stokoe?
Yeah, sorry, going back to the other one, I don't think it's a first reading. I think that this was on our agenda before and it got pulled, but I don't think I think we can vote on that one.
No.
If
It's first reading. It was on before because it wasn't an ordinance. It's coming back to you as an ordinance, first reading.
it doesn't say first reading in the report though either, so that's why.
Right, that then,
Oh,
that was
okay. I
incorrect.
just
When it
wanted to
says
clar-
approve, it should say first reading.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Thank you. City Clerk?
We have one card. It's Kathleen O'Rourke.
I'm the only card, huh? Okay. I'm going to go through some quick things. Kathleen O'Rourke, Titusville residents. First of all, I wasn't quite prepared because I thought there would be more cards ahead of me. I attended the infamous BAA meeting that sort of led to this, and in that meeting, clearly developers were heard, citizens were not. Citizens fund this board, and yet they had no voice. In addition to that, and it was really serious, that citizens were treated incredibly disrespectfully. And I'm just reviewing sort of why we're where we are. And particularly the chair munched on snacks while citizens spoke from their heart. It was a terrible, terrible situation. It was embarrassing and it was shameful. So the process also overall is not fair to the citizens because quite honestly, developers can pay a lot of money to lawyers and get their side presented because they have the funds and citizens don't. And the irony of this whole thing is in this particular case, the citizens are not asking for an exception to the comprehensive plan. They're asking for them to follow the comprehensive plan. So if the city reviews these appeals as suggested, and I'm very grateful for this proposal, I really am, the citizens actually have a chance. Because right now, what happens in reality is if the Board of Appeals makes a decision and the citizens would have to pay an exorbitant amount of money to go through the legal system. Now, I'm just telling you what I've heard, which is basically putting down about $100,000 bond to do so that we can cover the poor expenses of those poor developers. So, lastly, a change to the comprehensive plan is really dangerous to all Titusville citizens, and thus any citizen of Titusville should have standing in a situation that could set a precedent and do some harm to the comprehensive plan. So I really thank you again, particularly for hearing us and giving citizens the opportunity to have a voice. This was really the right decision, and hopefully we will improve the way citizens are treated at these boards. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Stokoe.
Thank you. City Clerk, are there any other cards? All right. It's a first reading. We'll be back in a couple weeks. Thank you. City Manager?
There's no old business. We'll go straight to new business. 12A, North Brevard Development District Economic Incentive Agreement and Interlocal Agreement, Titusville Mall Redevelopment Project. Recommended action is approve the Economic Incentive Agreement in the amount of $2.4 million to enable the developer to qualify for the grant.
City Clerk, are there any cards?
Mark Frank.
Well, good evening. Mark Frank, 1703 Crossville Drive, Titusville, Florida. I've been working with this project since 2018 now, and we've been to several council meetings. We got a lot of things approved. I just look to see this council look forward and move forward on finishing this project with us and do the grant for the $2.4 million. Thank you.
Thank you.
James Wright.
Good evening. I'm Jesse's son. I've been involved with the project lately. So in phase 1 of the project, the following utility lines have been placed. The FPL electric lines, sanitary lines, stormwater, gas lines, spectrum conduits. What is left to be placed are the water lines connecting Phase 1 to Hopkins, FPL lines for light poles, conducts for EV charges, and in Phase 2 of the project, we still have 933 feet of water line that is being installed to bring water to Phase 1. The water line is a public line. I've also helped with maintenance for the existing building owners as well. I hope you guys approve this grant because we need a lot of money for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk?
Yes, next card is Chase Patterson.
Chase Patterson, Patterson Construction Group. I'm the general contractor for the AOF portion of the Titusville Resort and Destination Project. Let me just pull up my notes. And sorry, I was not expecting to talk first. Anyway, but yes, I hope that you move forward with a grant on this project as it's needed to move forward with this project that I believe will bring great economic opportunity to the city of Titusville and its residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. City Clerk?
The last card is Dale Parkson.
Hello, my name's Dale Parsons, 1615 Edgewater Drive in Orlando. I'm the architect and the design build contractor for the Cambria Hotel. I don't know if any of you all ever been to a Cambria Hotel or not, but it's the premier brand for choice hotels. It has its own division, and I can assure you, I've designed 6 of them around Florida, and we built several of them. It will be the flagship Cambria Hotel, probably in the United States. It's got a lot of very interesting aspects to the hotel, which are not prototypical. So I think it'll be a tremendous asset to the community. And Mr. Wright intentionally wanted to build in a lot of features that would be usable by the local community, not just travelers coming in to see the space shuttle. It'll be a really nice venue for weddings, overnight family reunions, and those kinds of things. So I would highly recommend you support the project. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk? All right. Can somebody give me a motion to approve and send to County Commission? Councilmember Stokel?
Yeah, I don't know if I approve, that's why. Yeah, I looked at this, I met with Mr. Post and I think somebody else before. There's 3 parts to it, and I mean, we talked earlier about $84,000, $100,000, and now we're talking about $2.4 million. Like that to me is a lot of money. This has 3 components: an infrastructure component, hotel component, and the ALF. I'm fine with the infrastructure because I do feel that will help the Indian River Lagoon. I think it would help the piece of property. I have a hard time using taxpayer dollars to go toward helping with a hotel and an ALF personally being developed. So I would not be in favor of it. I am in favor of the first part.
Thank you, Member Stokel. Anybody else? All right. I'll call on you real quick, Member Nelson. Just like to say, yeah, I don't think the County Commission is going to approve it, given the recent vote tonight, and given the fact that this is more of county money. I say, why not ask them the question?
I may need to address that.
All right.
Okay, just to make it clear.
Hey,
I had actually a PowerPoint. I don't know if that's, but I'll try to hit some of those points. But just real quickly, Troy Post with the.
1 second, Mr. Post.
All right.
Obviously, he did not put a card in. Do you guys want to make a motion to give Mr. Post the opportunity to talk? Member Nelson?
I do.
All right. All right. I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Post.
Okay.
The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. So Troy Post with the Economic Development Zone. This particular project is being proposed for the use of city TIF monies. You may recall that when the zone was created back in 2011, that there was an agreement that came together with the 2 political jurisdictions, the city of Titusville and also Brevard County. So they created this structure that is the special district, and in doing so, provided the revenues through, well, here we go. So
I'll try to skip through some of this stuff. Yeah. Go to this chart here. This may be helpful here. So they created the two tax increment financing funds, which would then take a portion of the property tax appreciation and what was realized off of general fund tax. A portion would go to the zone to do economic development activities. And what you're looking at in this chart here, this was actually something that we shared with the county commission at the recent budget hearings to kind of explain the difference between the two TIFs, as I call them. You'll see there that on the left-hand side, just underneath the title of the slide, you see a subtitle that says revenue allocation for the current year. And these are all budgeted figures. These are not actual figures. These are what we expected to come into the new fiscal year with, which we're currently operating. We had a revenue allocation of $14.7 million. And the chart, the pie chart, breaks down that 14.7. You'll see the largest portion of that is balance forward, and I'll get to that in just a second. But you'll see the other two categories, the other two slices of pie there. The county TIF was expected to generate $3.3 million that we would use, and then the city TIF, $800,000. Now, that alone wouldn't be enough to do an incentive like this, but if you go then to the balance forward amount, which is in the bottom left-hand side of that particular slide, you'll see that that second line item is the city TIF amount that we're carrying forward, and that's the 3.3. I hope I can see that right, 3.1, trying to squint to see it. 3.1 million is carried forward. So there is adequate funding in the city TIF to be able to handle the entire incentive. Now, the incentive is structured in a series of installments that the developer has to reach in order to get the grant fund, because as many of you know, our whole model for this program is that we provide no grant money up front. We want to see the developer get to a point of completion on a project. For this particular project, we actually have 3 thresholds that they'd have to go through to be able to get the entire $2.4 million. The first one is $800,000 based upon completing all the infrastructure elements in the project. Now, that's ongoing at the moment, but it's not finished yet. And that includes all the utility line replacements and the stormwater detention areas to support the first half of the project, which is roughly 1/2 of the parcel that you see there.
Mr. Post, can I interrupt you for a second? Can I get a motion to extend him?
How much do you need, Troy?
I mean, he's kind of like
I'll try to do it in
staff.
10, 15 minutes, but I'll answer other questions that you have after I
How
finish.
about if we give you 5 more minutes? Can you make
Yeah,
it in that?
I'll
Okay.
try to see if I can wrap it up in
Yeah.
5 minutes, okay?
And just to be clear, like, Mr. Post is a staff member at the county who runs this fund, and so I kind of, in my mind, have him as like our Brad and Kevin over there. So all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mr.
All right,
Post.
thank you very much. So $800,000 for the first threshold is infrastructure elements. That includes also the base road bed that would go into the first half of the property, and also the retail pads and the hotel pad, the pads to support the construction for the apartment and the ALF. The second threshold is $800,000 if he gets to the completion of the hotel. And by that, we mean getting to the point where he gets a CO on the hotel building and actually operates it for a period of 6 months. So you can see already with the timing, there's no way that he could possibly get the entire $2.4 million during the current calendar year. It's just not possible in the timeline. But if he does finish the hotel, gets to the CO, has the operation of it for at least 6 months, he would qualify for the next threshold. The final threshold is upon the completion of either the ALF or the apartment complex there. He could do both of those simultaneously or just one. We do expect in the phase 1 development plan for him to complete all those elements. That's the hotel, the ALF, and the apartment complex, but he just has to get to one of those to get the final amount. Now, one of the things we pride ourselves on is always having a way to try to recapture the money if the project doesn't unfold the way the developer has described it to us. So what you see are our clawbacks that we have. On this project, we have 2 clawbacks. One is a prohibition against him selling the property within a short period of time. We do that so that no developer takes advantage of just inflating the value, flipping the title real fast, and unduly enriching themselves with the use of public money. The other thing that we have put on this one is a minimum capital investment threshold that he has to hit. So he has to demonstrate that by the time though that money has been provided, that there is at least that $32 million in minimum investment that's been put into the project. So we'll be tracking that, and there's a formula that we have for being able to claw back a portion of that for every $1 million he falls below that minimum capital threshold. I'm trying to run through it real quick, so I guess I'll stop at this point. Those are the main things that we wanted to emphasize, but if you have any other questions, I'll fill those.
Well, I mean, you did run through it very, very quickly there at the end because we thought you were going and then you stopped. So, Member Stokel.
Yep, could you just clarify the amounts? You said 800,000 for the infrastructure portion. Could you clarify the grant totals that would be for the hotel and the ALF?
Yeah, so it's up to 2.4 million, so it'd be 800,000 for the first phase, which is all the infrastructure elements for phase one. He's got two phases, so he split the property in half to do this. But some of the improvements necessary for phase one infrastructure, like the utility lines, will go into the other part of the mall project. And in fact, if you go out there now today, you actually see them working on some water line stuff on that. The second 800,000 is completion of the hotel and verification that it is in operation for at least 6 months. You'd have to hit that. Then the last part is completion of the ALF or the apartment. He could actually do the hotel, the ALF, and the apartment all simultaneously. That would be another way to qualify, but we have to get the CO on the hotel and have that operation and get completion of one of those other units. Okay.
Member Moscoso?
Thank you so much. Because this is in two phases, and the recent vote, would Mr. Wright be coming back for phase two and possibly asking for more money, or that would not be a possibility?
We have not talked about that, and we don't really have the monies budgeted for that. You know,
Okay.
and again, one of the reasons we're really interested in this project is, well, for several reasons. It's both an infrastructure improvement project and a redevelopment project for us. In the infrastructure improvement, one of the key things is if you look at the site, this is pre-demolition conditions. You'll see the old Sears footprint there is the big block that's out there. What you notice is all the parking spaces with no stormwater detention ponds. So that's a huge issue for all the water running off in US 1 going into the lagoon. So it's improving the infrastructure, it's helping the health of the lagoon, but it's also a redevelopment project because the old Sears building had asbestos. We think the existing building still has some material that's going to have to be removed, so it's best just to take it all down and begin again. And we all know that that old model of the enclosed shopping mall is really not the way forward in the way of commercial retail, lifestyle centers, things of that sort. So, did that answer your question?
Any other questions? What do you think, just estimate the taxable revenue to the city would be?
Oh, that's a good question. I really like that. So, you know, I could be wrong on this, but I think when Mr. Wright acquired the building in 2017, I think the tax assessor's trim statement, if you're familiar with what that document is from the tax appraiser's office, I think it put about a $7 million value on the property, something like that. Now, he's projecting probably about $160 million in capital investment over the life of the entire project. But this first part, if you look at the hotel maybe being $25 million, the ALF being maybe another $20 million, the apartment complex being something similar, that's getting it well above $60 million. And of course, the infrastructure improvement, which is probably going to top out above $7 million for the project, for the phase one infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Post. Thank you. All right. Council, I see no further discussion. Member Nelson?
Well, I've got to say, I like it. And I will remind Member Stokel when we were out campaigning in 2016, and we ran into the guy from Volusia County who did economic development. And he said they could not compete with Titusville, North Brevard. So I look at this and I go, we clean up the infrastructure. Right now, all we have is impervious parking lot. You got rid of it. No landscaping. We have the possibility of getting landscaping. We have the possibility of helping our lagoon. We have the possibility of increasing our tax revenue, employing our people. That's economic development, so I'm okay with it.
Thank you, Member Nelson. Member Stokel?
Yes, no, and I do remember that conversation. I agree. The zone is a great asset to our community. My biggest concern is, in my opinion, the zone is created for economic development. So when I hear that, I think of high-paying jobs for our residents, incentives that we can give them, and I also think of amenities for our residents. So Titus Landing is a good example. Lots of retail shopping there for our citizens to have. Again, I can't pick and choose what goes on the property, just as we saw with the other item we had today. But I feel like I have a voice in saying, do I feel comfortable giving taxpayer dollars for an incentive for a hotel and an ALF for our citizens? I don't, and that's my biggest concern. Again, I'm fine with the infrastructure component. I feel like that would be great use of the money. I'm fine with them doing the hotel and ALF. I'm not comfortable with us giving money to help them do a hotel in ALF.
Thank you, Member Stokel. Member Moscoso?
I just have a quick question. I know that there's going to be a mixed-use component, I believe, in phase 2, or is that phase 1? Isn't there going to be restaurants and retail?
May I get 3 minutes? I'm the applicant, so can I get 3 minutes to talk about the project?
He put a card in after we started the item. Oh.
Is that okay? If you don't mind, if you could
Councilor
just
Reese.
turn into the third page. This is the result of the independent study that was taken. With all due respect to Dr. Stokel, the project doesn't just generate, after spending $800,000 for the infrastructure, it basically does not. We don't have enough funds to cover the components of the hotel and also the ALF. If the city of Titusville is looking to get additional jobs, this city has paid out 7 years ago, $7.1 million to the Titus Landing. It only has 2 components, medical and retail. This is a 5-component project. It does create close to about 1,200 jobs, as you can see. I didn't make this up. It was done already by a firm that was hired by the PMDZ. And so if you look at the third page and the fourth page, you basically see that how much revenue the project is going to be generating. And we're really at the at the beginning, as you're coming in from US 1, the project is right there. I mean, you won't be able to miss it. In today's financing, it's almost next to impossible to get financing to build projects like this. I mean, we're looking at large interest rate, and so for that reason, and this has been in work now for almost 2.5 years. This isn't, we didn't start that. I'll be happy to answer any questions. I'm sorry, you were asking, Member Circle?
Sorry, the mixed use, the retail and the restaurants, that's going to be phase 2? Or those components to it?
So the phase 1 covers 4 components. It basically has the out parcel, the hotel, the assisted living, and the multifamily. And then phase 2 would be about 110,000 square feet of retail, medical, offices, and which Parish Medical, we're working with them as far as taking some space there.
We have 4 restaurants in phase 1, 4 in phase 1.
Yeah, 4 restaurants, sorry. A total of 4 restaurants. The hotel has a observation deck with a restaurant on top, has its own restaurant on the first floor, plus an additional restaurant next to the hotel. The cost of the project, as Dale mentioned, is about $25 million.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
Be happy to answer any questions.
All right. Dylan, do you have any questions?
No questions?
All right, thank you. City Attorney, did you have something to say?
Yes, sir. Again, you certainly can approve this, but this is a 3-party agreement. This is not just a city. We don't have a grant program. We have money that goes into the zone grant, but we don't have our own grant program. So you understand this is a zone grant. So once you approve it, it will need to go back to the zone and get all the parties if this is going to go forward.
Can I make one comment too about that too? That I neglected to mention, which is that because of the way in which the ordinance was created, any incentive, even if it comes out of the city TIF, if it's higher than $500,000, it does have to go back before the full county commission to get approved. So on the agreement that was attached in your package, you might have noticed that there was a signature line for the county commission chair, and that's the reason why. So we will have to go through that step of the process too before we get full execution. Thank you.
I just want to make sure this is the first step, and then it goes zone, and then it goes to county. So I just wanted y'all to understand that.
Yeah, just figured it'd be interesting to see what the county's going to do with it. But Member Nelson, would you make a motion for me?
My motion would be to approve the economic incentive agreement in the amount of $2,400,000 for the Titusville Mall redevelopment project.
Second.
Thank you, Member Nelson for the motion, Vice Mayor Cole for the second. Any further discussion? Member Moscoso, do you have something for discussion or just getting ready to vote?
Yes, I do have. I would agree with Member Stokel on this with the infrastructure. Now, we don't know where this is going to go, but I'm okay with the $800,000 for the infrastructure improvements, which is a lot, but I'm not so sure about everything else.
All right, Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Vice Mayor Cole?
Yes.
Member Stokel?
No.
Member Moscosa?
No.
Member Nelson?
Yes.
Mayor Connors?
Yes. Motion carries. Thank you. City Manager.
Moving on to 12B, Verona Village C, final plat. Approve. Approve the final plat, covenants, and bonds for Verona Village C subdivision. And this is a quasi judicial item.
Staff, are you going to read the quasi judicial rules?
I think those were read before.
Okay, I was just
I'll
making
just
sure.
briefly state that this is one of several subdivisions for the Verona development. If this is approved, it'll add 500-plus single-family lots to the city. We did review it consistent with the code, with the land development regulations. We reviewed it consistent with the conditions of the plan unit development zoning that's governing on this entire property, including the master plan and conditions. And we found that everything's consistent. We have the Mylar here, and we reviewed the covenants and performance bond, and everything's included in the agenda packet for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brad. City Clerk, are there any cards?
Just the applicant is Stephen White.
Stephen?
Good evening, everybody. Stephen White, KB Home, Orlando, 9102 South Park Center Loop, Orlando, Florida. Again, staff relayed, this is phase one of the Verona Village C final plat. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have on this.
Member Moscoso?
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, I guess not. Any questions from any council members? All right, seeing none. Thank you very much, sir. Sorry, I accidentally hit the microphone on me. Member Nelson?
We think we need a motion.
Yeah, we do.
Move to approve the final plat covenants and bonds for Verona Village C subdivision.
Second.
I have a motion and I have a second. Clerk, can you call the roll, please?
Member Stokel?
Yes.
Member Moscoso?
Yes.
Member Nelson? Yes. Mayor Connors?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Cole?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. City Manager?
Moving on to item 12C, the appointment of interim city manager. Council appoint an interim city manager and authorize the Human Resources Director to negotiate the terms and conditions of his or her appointment, subject to final council approval at a subsequent city council meeting.
Thank you very much, City Manager. I'll kick off the discussion. I don't know about y'all, but I think Tom's been doing a pretty good job of steering the ship. But City Clerk, are there any cards on this?
One card, it's Tony Schifalo.
Ms. Schifalo?
Schifalo, Tropic Street. I have no real response about the temporary or interim city manager. But I just want to take this opportunity to remind you that I looked through the whole thing about the firm that you decided to have to do the search for the regular city manager, and there's 6 to 8 places for community, citizen involvement early on in the process and all through the process. So I just want to remind you that as we have an interim city manager, that the executive search is going on, and I haven't been invited to participate yet, and I know that you will have citizen involvement, not necessarily me, but citizen involvement in the process of the search, the interviews, what we're looking for, what we want our city manager to do for the citizens. That kind of involvement, that depth, that kind of thought behind it. I know there's citizens out there that are capable of it beyond those of us in the room tonight. I know they're there. They've got to be. This is the home of rocket science, for heaven's sake, you know? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shiflow. City Clerk, any other cards? All right, any council discussion? Member Nelson?
I think Tom's doing a great job. However, we're sitting here looking at a budget and putting our budget together for next year. And for that reason, I sort of asked myself, Scott's very familiar with the budget process. And no offense to Tom, but would we be better off having Scott lead us for the next 2 months, 2.5 months? I mean, we're looking at maybe 4 or 5 meetings at the most. And he has gone through this process before, and he is very knowledgeable about the process and what needs to be done. So for that reason, I would suggest that we consider seeing if Scott would serve until the next person comes in.
Member Moscoso?
Yes, Mr. Abate, what has been your main responsibilities as the assistant city manager?
Well, I've been Assistant City Manager for 20 years, and also Support Services Director, and direct oversight of strategic planning and budget build for 20 years, finance, information technology, human resources, the marina, and customer service utility billing all fall under my oversight for the past 20 years.
So you do have experience in creating the budget. I'm sure you've already been involved in the process.
Myself and our finance director build the budget.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you.
That answered my question.
And just my opinion, we're still saving about $230K a year. So, Member Stokel?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think that Tom's experience with the city at length, I think that he's doing a great job, and a big part of it is knowing your departments and delegating appropriately. And I will tell you, and I sent a message to, or an email to Tom, just letting him know, just in these past 2 weeks, I've really appreciated his communication to us, trying to highlight some of the positive things that we're doing. He's been very responsive, and I've been very happy with him. So I think Tom would be a great interim city manager. And I would make a motion to make Tom the interim city manager until we find our permanent city manager.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Member Stokel. I have a second by unanimously Vice Mayor Cole and Member Nelson. Further discussion, Member Moscoso?
Oh, I'm sorry, I just want to add, I have sent Tom way too many emails, and he has been so gracious at emailing me back and giving me more information than I probably even need. So I appreciate that.
All right. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much, Mr. Tom. And I'm sure HR will get with him and kind of work that out and bring that back to us the next meeting, I'm assuming, correct?
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Does this include, does the motion include negotiating the terms and conditions?
Yes.
Okay.
Awesome.
Wait, sorry, can I just clarify? I would assume that says subject to final council approval, so will that come back before us? Is
Right,
that how
come
that
back
works?
on the 22nd.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I will say, I do think this will be a cost savings for us as a city as well by doing this, so.
Absolutely. All right. City manager?
Moving on, petitions and requests.
All right. Anybody like to get up to speak? Non-agenda items? Now is your time.
Hi, Christina Michelle. Do you like history, city council members? On March 11th, 2025, Mayor Connors, when you called recess to approach me in the crowd, you said you never lost a loved one to murder. Are you aware of the history of the KKK's involvement in the founding and development of Titusville, Florida? I'll say it again. Are you aware of the history of the KKK's involvement in the founding and development of Titusville, Florida? It's been 8 weeks since the murder of Tremarie Charles. Shot in the back by Bayaz, a violent police officer under Chief Lau's supervision, with a history of tampering with evidence since 2018. Titusville Police Department. But like a banana, there are layers to its true form. The 5 stages of grief are not experienced in any particular order and are different for everyone. Denial, a state of shock, disbelief where a person may struggle to accept reality, often seen in attempts to control. Anger, often misdirected, frustration, resentment, and blame. If you aren't outraged, you aren't paying attention. Bargaining, what me and many of my comrades are doing here, looking for answers, what we've been doing, looking for answers. City Hall on February 11th. In support of Samantha Charles, you were focused on order, speech, mannerisms, even silencing supporters cheering on those for speaking up. Bargaining. Google defines this action as attempts to make deals with a higher power to reverse or lessen the loss. But Samantha Charles will never get Tremarie Charles back.
Thank you for your time. Anybody else? Non-agenda items? All right. Seeing none. I don't see anybody making the motion. Thank you very much for coming in. City manager? Ma'am, you do not longer have the floor. Please sit down. Thank you. City manager? Oh, Tony, did you
Tony Schifolo, Tropic Street.
speak at the first one?
No.
I'm sorry, just
Did I?
asking. There was a lot, I mean, you've spoken a couple times, I think you might
I
have. but
just
I'm not
wanted
sure.
to step up so that this young woman could have time to step away. This neighborhood is traumatized.
Thank you, Miss Tony. All right, I don't see any others speaking for petitions and requests. I guess we're on to my report. You can. Oh,
Move to extend for 15 minutes.
I have a motion to extend. I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. All right. I'll real quickly go through my report. What's interesting is, I kind of put on my report, and again, I would encourage all of council to do this, to submit something like this to Christine so she can put it out the agenda so everybody can see what you guys are doing as well. And with the various different boards and councils that you are on. It's a good reminder to kind of let council know what you're doing on these various different things. The Tourism Development Council, what I found so interesting about it is revenues are down, and a lot of it's due to government travel. You know, we kind of forget that we're very highly dependent on those government dollars, so tourism is actually down in Brevard County. So that was kind of the big topic of conversation there. I know there was a beach renourishment committee meeting, and our person that went to that for us was very excited. I need to get the lowdown about what happened on that. But North Brevard Economic Development Zone, they meet this Friday. I'm sure that'll be interesting. Commission on Parks and Recreation meets this Thursday. Space Coast TPO meets this Thursday, so I'll have a lot more to report at the next meeting. With that being said, who would like to go next?
I could do it
Member Nelson.
really short. I went to the EDC meeting. Health First was the presenter. It was interesting, not a lot to say, but I'll say this while Tony's here. Tony came to the Boys and Girls Club to teach the kids to juggle. She was a lot of fun.
Thank you very much. And since you mentioned Health First and what's going on, we're already seeing upticks in our ER that are very concerning, I would say, for our area and our residents. But Member Stokel.
Yes. Two things. One, I wanted to bring up or ask City Manager about the search for a new city attorney. I reached out to some of the members from the Young Elected Municipal Officials group within Florida to see, and a couple of them said what they did was get about a panel. I'm not sure exactly how many of city attorneys from across the state. They might have worked with Florida League of Cities, and that's what I was hoping maybe our staff could do. So having a panel of fellow city attorneys kind of do the search for us and bring it down to maybe the top 5. They had top 5. Then from that, the council chose the top 3. They brought them in to interview one-on-one with each of the council members, and then also did a public interview with the city attorney. Both of them said they loved the process and that they would do that same process again. I didn't know if we've already started the process or what that looks like, but I just wanted to make sure, as we know, I think it's in May. I want to plan.
Sure, we've put the posting out for the city attorney through the Florida Bar, through the Florida League of Cities, through LinkedIn, through every venue that we have available, a city website. We've had 250 hits on it.
Okay.
And we've had one application of a current assistant city attorney.
Okay.
And we are hoping, obviously, to get a much wider pool for council to down select to. So process is well underway, and we're hopeful that we'll get a good pool of candidates for you to pick from.
Do you know the date of when it was advertised? Because
it's been about a week.
A week, okay. And then do we have a date on when we're telling potential applicants to apply by? Do you know?
Right now, it's open till filled.
Okay. And we only have one application at the moment?
Just one
Okay.
one applicant total, and that person is a current.
Okay.
And has also been a city attorney as well at a different city. So
Okay.
we do have one applicant.
Okay, and then maybe that's something for us to maybe at the next council meeting, see how many applicants we have at that time and determine. But I think the first step is making sure, do we have an applicant pool? What does that look like? Hopefully we'll get some more applications. If not, I think we might need to re-strategize our approach. And then 2 is, once we have our applicant pool, what's the best way to go about it? And so wanted to bring that up for us to think about for our next meeting. The other thing, and I'll probably incrementally get into this at future meetings, but I had the opportunity to go to the Southern Municipal Leadership Conference. So my role with Florida League of Cities being on the board, I'm also part of the executive board, which is a smaller group of us, about 15. And this is my second year doing it. And what's really cool about this conference, one, it was in Alabama. Probably would not have picked that as a place, but last year was in Mississippi. What I do like about it, it has about 15 different states. I think 10 of them were present. It's a smaller group, and I just want to read you some of the titles that they had for presentations. How to strategically communicate, very timely, I think, for our city, and how we can best put out information, being transparent, being open for citizen engagement. Another one was from conflict to conversation. Again, how can we help leaders build civil unity, not only among us and staff, but also the community. There was also a federal update, which was really interesting, and just kind of going into what's happening at the federal level. And I think the biggest thing that I took away from it that they said is we probably won't start to feel the impacts fully until 2026. So I think it's just would be prudent of us to kind of stay on top of what's happening, making sure that we're building relationships. And I cannot stress it enough, the more we can better educate fellow elected officials, both at the federal and state level, even locally, I think that I think we underestimate the power in that. So as I kind of work through it, I will probably bring some stuff forward at later meetings, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Member Stokel. I reiterate that suggestion of hiring a panel of subject matter experts to evaluate candidates because unlike Ms. Nelson, I do not have the capability to judge whether an attorney knows their stuff or not.
I will say I reached out to the county attorney's office, and one of the assistant county attorneys I worked with I went to law school with her. Richard was there, Shannon was there, I was there. We struggled, we made it through. But I was asking her, how did you guys interview the new county attorney? And she said what they did was they took the old county attorney, the assistant county attorneys, county manager, and interviewed the candidates. So that would be something that we could do, say, Tom, Richard, Chelsea, have them interview the candidates and come up with maybe the top 3, the top 5 to give to us and let us ask questions. I think that would probably be appropriate and the easiest way to do it.
Thank you, Member Nelson. Member Moscoso.
Sure. I'll make this quick. I had a lot of questions this week, and I'm sure you did, about the development across from Publix, where they're putting a car wash and a Chase Bank. That was actually a zone project. I think they approved it for like $150,000 for infrastructure. But if you notice, that property has been clear cut, and so that was kind of the concerns of people. So I reached out to K. St. Ange, and part of that is there's not a tree ordinance for commercial properties, which I'd love to save as many trees as possible. But it just reminded me, as we don't have a tree ordinance for multifamily. We do have it for single family, and so that's something I would like. And I think the TEC actually made a recommendation in January that we look into that. So that's something, if you guys would be okay with it, we could put it on. I mean, we could do step by step, but instead of not just commercial, but we could look at first multifamily and how that could play a part.
I think we already asked Brad to do that.
You have advisability, that was direction from you for us to
Right.
develop an ordinance on that, which we are drafting, we'll bring back to you eventually. As far as that development you're mentioning, the code allows an applicant to choose the option of adhering to the canopy requirement, which is required right now for single-family development. But a commercial or a multifamily developer can choose that option if it is beneficial to them. And I believe that particular that project is Titusville Commons, which is directly across the street from Publix on 50.
Yes.
They utilize that option. And so they actually have an area that they have preserved as a tree tract, which meets that minimum 20 to 25% minimum.
Is it the area in the back?
Yes, the back
Okay.
and to the side.
Okay, it's just hard because it looks clear, it is clear cut, except for, I guess, those portions in the back, because we don't know the outline of the property.
Your turn, Member Moscoso. Oh, for your report? Yeah. Okay. Member Nelson, you went? You're declining? Oh my gosh, that was crazy. City Manager?
Under the city manager report, I have no informational or action items. However, I would like to draw your attention to a new initiative that our sustainability coordinator, Lily Gallo, has been working on and is receiving a lot of success. And that we're holding a luncheon on the 22nd of April at Lucida, and she's got a lot of nominations for people that are doing really good work in the community as far as sustainability. So, and there's an invite out to all council at that luncheon. So we really want to show her some support. She's doing a great job.
Thank you very much, City Manager, City Attorney. Yeah, it's same day. Yeah. City Attorney.
Yes, sir. At the city council meeting on March 27th, city council expressed an interest in having alternate members of the Board of Adjustments and Appeals being permitted to participate in discussion of agenda items, although not voting, and when not officially being appointed as a voting member at the meeting. I think there was discussion, and I think in recent years, Planning and Zoning Commission amended their bylaws, and they read as follows. Alternate members may be permitted to participate in discussion of and provide input on agenda items as a member of Planning and Zoning Commission when not officially appointed by the chairman to fill in for an absent regular member. Alternate members may not be permitted to vote unless appointed as a voting member, and participation shall be in compliance with our Resolution 24-1997, which is a quasi-judicial resolution. And tell you, I'm not aware of any provision of the code which would prohibit a similar process for BAA. Certainly the Board of Adjustments and Appeals, if they'd like to do similar to the Planning and Zoning Commission and amend their bylaws in a similar way. If council wants to take the next step of having, a code change that addresses all boards and alternates on all boards, and providing that this similar process could apply to any alternate members of any city boards, you certainly could do that. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, City
Put my
Attorney.
glasses on so I can see you.
Member Nelson.
Does BAA, are they interested in amending their code to allow discussion?
You asked me, are they interested? Oh, I don't know. I haven't spoken to BAA. It was just one of the members came up and brought it up at the last meeting, and council asked us, could they do something similar? And I'm letting you know, yes, they could, if they're interested in doing that. If council wants to go a step further and leave it up to them, or if council wants to do a code change to provide that all boards, however you want to.
It's early to leave it up to them first, and then maybe if they don't want to do it, then have further discussion on whether we should do it for everybody.
Sure, Chelsea attends that board, and she could certainly be involved in that discussion with them and a process
Yeah.
to do that, similar to the way P&Z did that, if they want to do that.
Well, thank
And
you.
if for some reason they don't want to do it and council really wants to, you could look at handling it yourself through a code change.
Thank you, City Attorney. It's 10:45, so Megan, unless you're making a motion to extend, that's what I need if we're gonna keep talking.
Okay, I make a motion to extend for 2 minutes.
All those in favor, say aye.
2 minutes.
Opposed?
I
All
can.
right, thank
I'll
you,
do-
Herman. Megan?
Yes, sorry, I'll just make this quick. I do think that, the BAA, they're not even going to be able to participate in that discussion because they have no seat at the table or computer. So it'll be interesting, but I think I agree with you.
All right. Thank you very much. Doesn't look like we're taking any action at this time. Hopefully BAA will make a good decision. Member Nelson?
Motion to adjourn?
Say.
See, we did it in 2